Chapter 862. Shao Qin took a step forward and landed in the pit. Then he stood firmly at the bottom of the pit. There was a large blue wooden chest below. Simple and unadorned patterns were carved on the surface of the wooden chest, flickering with a faint light. Dense talisman scripts flowed on the light barrier, forming a ring of light and spreading out immortal qi. As Shao Qin looked at the wooden chest, he revealed a contemplative expression. This was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. It was not strange for there to be a wooden chest filled with immortal qi here. The strange thing was, why was the wooden chest under the longevity tree? Why did the Sky Dome Immortal Lord place it there? As Shao Qin hesitated on whether to open the wooden chest or not, he fell into a dilemma. He had always maintained a cautious attitude toward the unknown. Open or not open? Open. Shao Qin revealed a determined expression. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was a peak major character of the immortal epoch. Even the sovereign martial emperors of this era could not compare to him. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had not left such a wooden chest under the longevity tree casually. This was a great opportunity. Shao Qin could not let it go to waste. Shao Qin stretched out his right hand, and a purple talisman appeared in his palm. This was the manifestation of Shao Qin's will. With a thought, the purple talisman turned into a soft, water-like electric light encasing his entire right hand. For strands of golden light swam quickly within the soft, water-like electric light. They were incredibly sharp and gave off a boundless saber intent. Shao Qin focused, and the 4 strands of golden light merged. Buzz! A boundless saber hum resounded in the pit, boundlessly vast and ferocious. Shao Qin stretched out his hand, and a strand of golden saber qi shot out from his fingertip. It was long and slender like a gushing river. The waves behind and ahead did not stop, rising and falling. This involved some of the techniques Shao Qin grasped after his will absorbed the vague form of his saber soul. Kasie. This strand of saber qi broke the light barrier of talisman scripts on the wooden chest. Just as it was about to touch the wooden chest, the electric light in Shao Qin's hand vanished, and the saber qi vanished. Shao Qin made a grasping motion in the air, and the wooden chest flew over to him, hovering in midair. Then he gently raised his hand, and an invisible force opened the wooden chest. When the wooden chest opened, a fiery, turbid qi immediately gushed out. Shao Qin was already prepared for this, so he pointed with his finger. 300 thumb-thick, heavenly sage laws flowed out of Shao Qin's body through his fingertips and intertwined to form a barrier in front of him, blocking the fiery, turbid qi. Shao Qin took a closer look and found that the wooden box contained an egg that was as smooth as white jade. Through the eggshell, he could see the scene of a void burning in flames. Within the boundless flames, there was a hazy little life. Its eyes were closed as it breathed in and out. It was fast asleep. From time to time, the hot and turbid air that spewed out was caused by this little fellow's exhalation. Look at the pitch-black space burning in the air. Shao Qin was startled in his heart. What kind of existence is this little fellow in the egg? Just its subconscious breathing has such destructive power. He now understood why this wooden box was placed under the longevity tree. The longevity tree was a peak king grade spirit tree. Its rate of absorbing spiritual energy was the fastest in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. Placing the egg under its roots was the best way for this little fellow to absorb more spiritual energy. However, what exactly was in the egg? The longevity tree had existed for at least 10,000 years. Despite being nourished for so long, it still had not broken out of its shell. There was also a jade strip beside the spirit egg. Shao Qin grabbed it and sent his spiritual sense into it. He discovered that it was an immortal art called Starry Heavenstorm. This immortal art was much stronger than some of the low-ranked magic techniques recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. It used magic energy to simulate the scene of a starry heaven storm. The moment this magic technique was executed, it would be like a starry heaven storm descending. It could instantly swallow up countless stars and turn them into dust. Of course, this was just the description. The true might of this magic technique still depended on the strength of the user. Xiao Qin only casually looked around. He did not have magic energy and could not cultivate it. To him, no matter how powerful an immortal art was, it would not be of much use. Xiao Qin closed the wooden box and tossed it into the universe ring. Then he searched the cave. Aside from sensing that the longevity tree was very deep underground, he found nothing. With a flash, Xiao Qin returned to the surface. Then he looked around, preparing to check out the other forbidden lands of the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. In the end, he was somewhat disappointed. The natural treasures in those forbidden lands were not as valuable as the longevity tree. This made sense. If there really were any heaven-defying treasures, given how long the Sky Dome Immortal Realm had existed, the senior experts would have snatched them clean long ago. How could he have gotten his hands on them? Xiao Qin did not dare to barge into the forbidden lands that others could not go to. For example, where he was now, there was a ferocious beast equal to a Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Kunlun realm. Behind that ferocious beast was a lake filled with immortal qi. There was also a pavilion in the center of the lake. Be it this immortal lake or that mysterious pavilion, they were both very attractive to Xiao Qin. However, when Xiao Qin looked at the dozing ferocious beast, he could not help but feel apprehensive. However, when he looked at the sleeping ferocious beast, the bubbles that it had spat out unconsciously exploded, shattering space. Layers of spatial shards turned into hurricanes and drifted into the sky. The spatial storms that filled the sky of the Sky Dome Immortal Realm were actually unconsciously generated by this ferocious beast while it slept. Just thinking about it made Xiao Qin feel startled. How could he dare to have any more ideas? Xiao Qin glanced at the pavilion in the center of the lake with some dissatisfaction. Then his figure flashed, and he left this place, continuing to kill martial sage-level ferocious beasts. The spiritual energy of the Sky Dome Immortal Realm was very thin. With Xiao Qin's current cultivation, cultivating here for a year would not be comparable to cultivating in the Kunlun realm for a month. The spirit cores of these ferocious beasts could help Xiao Qin increase his cultivation speed. Although it would not be comparable to cultivating in the Kunlun realm, it was better than nothing. After wandering around for about 10 days, Xiao Qin arrived at the Great Qi Nation's encampment. Inyu had made arrangements long ago. After Xiao Qin reported his identity, he used the transportation formation to leave. The moon was cold and silent. Xiao Qin stood on electric light and moved quickly in the sky. He tore through the night sky like a meteor. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qin looked down and saw that Lu Riyue was in the courtyard. She was still awake, practicing her saber in an empty space under the moonlight. She looked valiant and charming. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and drew the lunar shadow saber. He suppressed his cultivation and landed on the ground to practice with Lu Riyue. The sudden appearance of Xiao Qin startled Lu Riyue slightly. However, she recovered her wits, and a smile appeared on her face as she calmly exchanged moves with him. Right now, Lu Riyue was a peak inferior grade martial monarch. She was only a step shy of advancing to medial grade martial monarch. Naturally, such a cultivation speed was far inferior to that of the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. However, it was already very fast in the Sky Dome realm. After the two finished a set of saber techniques, they withdrew their moves at the same time. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and stepped forward to embrace Lu Riyue. Under the moonlight, Lu Riyue's charming face had a different kind of charm. Lu Riyue hooked her arm around Xiao Qin's neck and looked at his delicate face. The smile on her face faded away as she asked seriously, "Why did you come back? Can you tell me the truth?" There were some things that Xiao Chen could tell Leng Tianhe, but not Lu Riue. Xiao Chen did not tell Lu Riue that he was here to undergo his tribulation. If he fell in the Kunlun realm, he would never be able to see her again. I missed you, so I came back. Lu Riue smiled gently and said, "That's good. Let's not go back in the future, okay?" Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. He did not know how to answer. He was not good at lying in the first place, nor did he want to go against his heart to make a promise. Lu Riue's words stumped him. Seeing Xiao Chen like this, Lu Riue gently struggled free from Xiao Chen's grasp. She sighed and said, "You know you will not lie. Why the need to make me happy?" Seeing Lu Riue enter the room alone, Xiao Chen stood where he was, not knowing what to do. He slowly walked to the door and knocked twice. However, he did not hear Lu Riue call him in. It looks like Riue is really angry. Xiao Chen could not help but feel sad. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky, thinking about how to explain things to her. He had not intentionally hidden his true purpose for coming back. He just did not want Lu Riue to worry about him. However, if he did not tell her the truth, he would not be able to resolve the knot in her heart. Xiao Chen could not help but fall into a dilemma. In the middle of the night, the moon hid behind the clouds. Xiao Chen, who had been standing there for a long time, stood outside the door. He felt bored and started counting the stars in the sky. "You idiot! The door is not locked. If you still do not come in, I will really get angry." Suddenly, Lu Riue's grumbling voice came from inside the room. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy as he quickly pushed the door open and entered. In the Immortal Spirit Ring, Ao Jiao could not help but complain. "A beauty on the bed, the door is not locked." Only a blockhead like Xiao Chen would stand outside and count the stars. The sky had not brightened yet. Only the afterglow of dawn scattered a faint light. Xiao Chen had not slept so comfortably in a long time. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look. Lu Riue had not woken up yet. Her eyes closed as she rested her head on his arm. Xiao Chen carefully pulled his arm out and supported his head with one hand. He looked quietly at the sleeping Lu Riue and revealed a faint smile. His lips gently pressed against her forehead. Then Xiao Chen put on his clothes and covered Lu Riue with the blanket again. Then he quietly left the room. In the back mountains of Qingyan Peak, where there was a waterfall, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged beside the stream. He closed his eyes and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. As Xiao Chen looked at the gushing waterfall, his expression turned grave. Every time he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, he could clearly feel the bottleneck approaching. The horrifying lightning tribulation and the formless, but even more horrifying heart tribulation would arrive at a suitable time. However, Xiao Chen was much calmer now. Compared to the first time he learned about the lightning tribulation and the heart tribulation in the Haotian Stars Heaven Series training room, he was much better. Now, when he saw his old friends in the Sky Dome realm and his fellow Shao clan members in Mo City, his mental state was already close to perfection. He did not care about the future, only the present. On the road to the peak, the lonely did not fear. The lonely did not fear. The courageous did not fear. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and released the spirit egg that was as smooth as white jade that he had sealed. When he saw the surging flames and the boundless sea of fire, he felt extremely confused. "Ao Jiao, do you know what kind of egg this is?" Chapter 863. Xiao Chen was rather interested in the mysterious little fellow in the egg. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense could not penetrate too deeply into it. The space within the egg seemed to be a world of its own, boundlessly vast. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and sized up this mysterious egg. However, she could not make heads or tails of it. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. I have seen many powerful and noble spirit beasts. However, I really do not know a spirit beast of this color with a blazing light and an extremely berserk aura." I know several strong, fire-attributed spirit beasts. However, none of them match. If I am not wrong, it should be a holy beast from the Immortal epic. Holy beast? There really is such a mythical creature? Xiao Chen looked at Ao Jiao suspiciously. Ao Jiao nodded seriously and said, "There definitely is. When the martial epoch was just born, there are people who frequently saw holy beasts near Kunlun Mountain. There were even people who captured holy beasts. According to rumor, the ancestors of the 4 holy lands of the human race sealed these holy beasts and established their bloodline totems. Only then could the holy beast martial spirit be passed down to the later generations. Although the rumor might be false and outsiders do not know what is going on, it definitely has something to do with holy beasts. Otherwise, why would only your 4 holy lands have holy beast martial spirits out of all the cultivators of the human race? It looked like the Immortal epic's holy beast might really be in this egg. However, it did not look like it showed any signs of breaking out of its shell. Suddenly, Ao Jiao said, "I remember now. This is a golden crow egg. It is as white as jade and as smooth as a wall. There is a boundless sea of fire surging with intense flames. The one inside is the legendary golden crow." Xiao Chen's expression changed. He could not help but feel excited. The golden crow was a famous holy beast of the Immortal epic. The golden crow was a pure young holy bird, also known as the scarlet crow or the sunbird. Its body contained the supreme overlord solar true flame. When it matured, its light would be like the blazing sun, able to illuminate the entire world. It was the golden crow that competed with the sun. However, Ao Jiao's next words dampened Xiao Chen's hopes. She said, "It is very difficult to hatch this golden crow egg. Even after the Sky Dome Immortal Lord died, he could not hatch it. You can imagine how difficult it is. That's not all. Young golden crows don't have much fighting power. Even if they hatch, they won't be able to help you much. It's not much, but it's of great benefit to the sect, and it can be passed down to future generations." Xiao Chen's excitement was immediately suppressed by Ao Jiao. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Tell me, what conditions are needed for it to hatch?" Ao Jiao scrutinized the golden crow egg. After a while, she said, looking at the golden crow egg, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has almost been absorbed. Now all it lacks is the origin source of the solar true fire. Where can I find the solar true fire's origin flame?" Ao Jiao pointed to the blazing sun above and said, "The deepest part of the blazing sun of the Kunlun realm is the solar true fire's origin flame. The solar true fire of the Sky Dome realm is just a portion that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord plundered from the blazing sun." Speechless, Xiao Chen carefully put away the golden crow egg. For now, he no longer had any thoughts about this. He did not think that he had lived too long and wanted to run into the blazing sun. Before he got close, he would probably be roasted until not even a drop of blood remained. At the very least, he would have to cultivate the golden body of Emperor Wu before he could obtain some of the solar true fire. As for the origin flame in the deepest part of the universe ring, Xiao Chen thought that only a sovereign martial emperor would dare to enter it carefully. After putting away the golden crow egg, Xiao Chen started fiddling with the longevity fruits in his universe ring. His gains in the Sky Dome Immortal realm were pretty good. The 19 longevity fruits could bring out their value in the Kunlun realm. That place did not lack old monsters nearing the end of their lifespans. All of them had lived for several hundred years. They would definitely be quite wealthy. Any one of these longevity fruits, which could increase one's lifespan by 100 years, could fetch a sky-high price. There were also a few longevity tree branches that were pretty good. He had been lacking a good medium for the life bestowal spell. The branches of a king-grade spirit tree were definitely sufficient. There were also the spirit cores of several ferocious beasts. After removing the impurities, they contained immortal chi and were barely enough to cultivate for a while. After tidying things up, another dragon pearl appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. He had been in the Sky Dome realm for more than 2 months already. His cultivation had not improved much, but he had obtained a lot of things. This Frost Flood Dragon's Dragon Pearl was definitely the most useful. Even though he did not cultivate ice quintessence, it was sufficient for killing enemies. If he detonated the energy contained in this Dragon Pearl, even a Grandmaster level martial sage would be severely injured. Coincidentally, he had 3 Starbreaker arrows for sneak attacks and this Dragon Pearl for frontal attacks. Given this, if he ran into a Grandmaster level martial sage, he would have a trump card to deal with. After using the spirit cores of the ferocious beasts to cultivate for the entire morning, Xiao Chun returned to Qingyun Peak. Then he accompanied Lu Ruyue and wandered around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They looked at the mountains and rivers, the flowers and grass, far away from the intense, dangerous, and hostile Kunlun realm. Even the word happy was insufficient to describe such peaceful days. The days passed leisurely like this. Aside from the necessary cultivation, Xiao Chen spent most of his time on Qingyun Peak with Lu Ruyue. Sometimes, when Lu Suifeng frustrated Xiao Chen, he would go to the drill ground and teach some things about saber techniques to the group of girls. The leisurely time always passed very quickly. When one was immersed in it, they even forgot about the passage of time. However, what would come would come. On a certain day, 2 months later, Xiao Chun touched the bottleneck of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer. Xiao Chen circulated his energy slightly, and the sky changed color. Thunderclouds pressed down, and strong winds howled. So he quickly stopped cultivating. It was not that Xiao Chen was afraid of the tribulation. It was that he could not choose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak to undergo the tribulation. Xiao Chen did not explain it to Lu Ruyue. He only said a few words to Lu Suifeng before quietly leaving alone. While in midair, Xiao Chen turned his head back and looked at this towering Qingyun Peak. This place held too many memories, too many entanglements. I can't get enough of it. Ao Jiao, I will come back alive, right? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Ao Jiao had a ferocious expression as she said, You even promised me to take revenge for the Thunder King. You are not allowed to die, and you will not die. At Qingyun Peak, where Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng had parted ways, Lu Ruyue slowly descended from the sky. She looked at Xiao Chen, who had already become a small black in the sky in a daze. Sis, you already knew from Senior Lung why he left. Why didn't you come out and say one last thing to him? His parting this time was a narrow escape from death. It was very sad, Lu Suifeng said helplessly as he looked at Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue smiled and said he did not want me to know. In that case, I will not know. As long as my heart is not in a mess, his heart will not be in a mess either. In the sky, Ao Jiao looked at the path Xiao Chen took. She said, Where are we going now? Since he is undergoing the tribulation, we have to find an absolutely quiet place. Let's go to Mo City first. After I take one more look, I will have no regrets. Xiao Chen had already decided on the location of his tribulation long ago. However, before that, he had to make a trip to Mo City and watch the people of his clan from afar. Tearing through space, Xiao Chun moved through the air like a meteor chasing the moon. Soon, the familiar silhouette of Mo City entered his vision. After emerging from the void, Xiao Chen's figure wavered and arrived in the sky above Seven Horn Mountain. From here, he could see everything in the Xiao residence, big or small. Now, the Xiao residence had more than doubled in size. Seven Horn Mountain was filled with cultivators wearing the Xiao clan's uniform, undergoing experiential training. At the foot of the mountain, the originally simple and crude campsite had been rebuilt into a majestic one. There were elite Xiao clan disciples guarding this place, keeping an eye on the other cultivators who were not from the Xiao clan. Everything was in order, showing signs of prosperity. Xiao Qin could vaguely sense that there was a great fortune enveloping the Xiao clan. Luck was ethereal and formless, but it truly existed. The Shao clan's current luck was brought by Shao Qin, be it obtaining the first rank in the five-nation youth competition, infusing the luck of the entire Sky Dome realm into him. He would not be able to do so. Furthermore, after absorbing the essence of the heavenly dew divine spring, Shao Qian's luck had reached a startling level. Shao Qin smiled faintly and relaxed a lot. With the current situation, in addition to the secret treasures, spirit stones, and secret manuals that he had gotten Shao Jian and Shao Yulan to bring back, given the Shao clan's strength, it would be hard for it not to develop. In the future, when Shao Qian became a martial emperor and collected the Blue Dragon Palace and re-established the Dragon's Gate, these fellow clansmen would be the best foundation. After taking a few more glances, Shao Qian withdrew his gaze, this time returning to the Sky Dome realm. Regardless of whether he succeeded in clearing his tribulation or not, it was worth it. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear in his heart. Why are you acting so sneakily? Come out. Suddenly, Shao Qin frowned. The purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness had 4 strands of golden light on it. One strand of golden light came out of Shao Qian's fingertip and turned into a lightning-fast saber chi. Then, it shot towards the seemingly empty space in front of him. Space was like a piece of white paper. With this finger, it easily tore a pitch-black hole. Silently, the entire space suddenly shattered, not even leaving behind a shard. Tun Shao, the Dark Church's church master of the Sky Dome realm, walked out of the pitch-black space. He wore black clothes and had a somewhat sinister expression on his face. He looked somewhat similar to Shao Qin. Shao Qin narrowed his eyes. The aura of this person was still fresh in his memory. This was the unique dark aura of the Dark Church's members. However, this person's dark aura was much denser. Furthermore, there was an additional sinister aura. Tung Shao caught that strand of golden saber chi that could shatter space with his finger. However, what shocked Shao Qin the most was not the scene. Instead, it was this person's appearance. If Shao Qian recalled correctly, the appearance of the person in the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber was shockingly similar to this person. If not for the dense dark aura of this person and the unconcealable sinister aura on his face, Shao Qian might have recognized the wrong person from the start. In reality, this person did not even think about concealing this sinister aura. It was like he was born this way, unrestrained by the etiquette and benevolence of the world. He was wild and unrestrained, thinking that he was the greatest in the world. Chapter 864. The golden saber chi was not that easy to catch. Tung Shao held on to this strand of saber chi and retreated 5 kilometers in the air before he stabilized himself. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. Why did you not come to the Shao clan? What are you afraid of? Tung Shao casually tossed aside the golden saber chi that had already been corroded by the dark chi. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Shao Qin. Waiting for me? Are you here to send yourself to death? Chu Chaoyan was right. This Sky Dome realm's Dark Church does indeed have some connection to my Shao clan. Even if you did not come to look for me, I would have come to look for you. Shao Qian flipped his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. His figure flashed, and he executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique without holding back. Shao Qian's 90% comprehended saber intent and 40% comprehended immortal will of thunder allowed this simple starting stance to burst forth with boundless might. As electric light burst forth, it radiated a large amount of light. The slender saber pierced through the electric light and quickly chopped at Ting Shao. Electricity started to accumulate in the air behind Shao Qin. As they moved about, sparks flickered everywhere. Ting Shao had not expected Shao Qian to fight him the moment he arrived. He smiled coldly, and a slender saber flickering with a cold light appeared in his hand. Dang! Shao Qian gently swung and blocked Shao Qian's saber. Then he quickly spun around in the air and gave off electric light, dissipating the force in Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This mysterious person who resembled the Qing Emperor was not very strong. However, his combat techniques were not something to be underestimated. The moment Xiao Chen executed the starting stance, he completely accumulated the momentum of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The sparks behind him turned into many lightning flood dragons, circling around Xiao Chen. Teng Xiao did not show any weakness. He shook his wrist, and black dragon images swam around behind him. As the two fought, Xiao Chen had an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation. However, Teng Xiao relied on his combat experience and did not fall into a disadvantage. Unable to drag things out, Xiao Chen decisively changed his move. He executed a blue dragon, goes to sea, and gathered a 3-kilometer-long dragon-shaped saber chi. Auspicious clouds surrounded the dragon as it roared ferociously. When Teng Xiao saw this move, his lips could not help but curl up. He smiled and said, "Blue dragon goes to sea, and you dare to use this move before me?" The tip of Teng Xiao's foot pushed against the void, and his body soared up. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the dragon's head. Teng Xiao pushed off and soared. Then he shot to the dragon head. However, Xiao Chen already knew the weakness of this move and had already made up for it. How could the other party succeed? Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the somewhat rigid, dragon-shaped saber, Qi, seemed to come to life. It shook its head and wagged its tail, baring its fangs and claws. Teng Xiao was startled. Clearly, he had not expected such a change. He could not figure out how to grab the dragon head. Without waiting for Teng Xiao to retreat, Xiao Chen shouted, and the dragon-shaped saber Qi pressed down ruthlessly. Teng Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying 10,000 meters in the void. After Teng Xiao stabilized himself, he laughed loudly, not caring about his injuries. He said loudly, "Good, good, good." Teng Xiao said good 3 times in a row. Then he continued, "Blue dragon goes to sea. You really used this move beautifully. Indeed, you did not disappoint me. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Receive this move of mine as well. Blue dragon goes to sea." Teng Xiao waved his right hand, and the saber appeared in his palm again. A boundless scarlet sea appeared behind him, filled with white bones and surging resentment. That was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A boundless dark aura lingered above the scarlet sea, looking strange and evil. Teng Xiao roared, and a black dragon soared up from the scarlet sea. Its eyes shone with a scarlet light, and its black scales layered over each other. Teng Xiao soared into the air and hacked down with his saber. The black dragon gathered on the saber, forming a strange dragon-shaped saber chi that surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen revealed a horrified expression. It was not because of the might of this move, but because this mysterious dark church cultivator really knew the dragon's subduing slash. Xiao Chen pushed off the air and materialized the stance of soaring dragon, turning into a true dragon and soaring into the sky. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. It was fine if it did not fly, but it soared into the sky. Bang! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out, and the evil black dragon was forcefully broken into 3 pieces by the stance of soaring dragon that Xiao Chen materialized. After breaking this move, Xiao Chen looked up and discovered that that person had already fled. The mysterious phenomenon of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood also vanished. The dark aura spreading in the sky slowly dissipated. However, the 3 pieces of the black dragon lingered in the air for a long time, as if they had already solidified. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If this person had not been far weaker than him, this mutated blue dragon goes to sea would not have been easy to deal with. That person earlier seems to be the church master of the dark church. 10,000 years ago, he rampaged everywhere. He also contributed to the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty. Ao Jiao said slowly, her eyes filled with doubt. She continued, according to rumor, he was killed by the Holy Lord of the Three Holy Masters' Holy Land. Why did he appear again today? Xiao Chen did not chase after this person. He felt that this person was just a clone and not the true body. Unexpectedly, there was such a horrifying enemy of unknown origins in the Sky Dome realm. No wonder Xiao Chen's father was so worried back then. If Xiao Chen succeeded in his tribulation, he had to uproot the dark church in the Sky Dome realm. The appearance of this mysterious person cast a shadow over Xiao Chen's heart. Not only was this person's appearance strange, but his identity was also suspicious. Why did this person appear in Mo City's Xiao clan? If his clone was already so strong, how strong would his true body be? Chu Chaoyan said that the Dark Church was connected to the Xiao clan. How did this person know? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He turned his head to look at the bustling Xiao clan and the lively faces. Then he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and left with a resolute expression. Half a day later, Xiao Chen landed on a desolate island in the boundless sea. There were no humans or beasts on the island. It was a completely desolate island. Similar islands dotted the vast boundless sea, like the stars in the sky. They were very ordinary and would not attract the attention of others when undergoing a tribulation. This was the best choice. There was a small mountain on the island. Xiao Chen jumped onto it and sat cross-legged at the summit. He looked up at the clear blue sky. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. A cool chill came from the sea monarch headscarf on his forehead, causing his entire body to calm down, both inside and out. After spitting out a long breath of turbid qi, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and started to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. The power of natural laws quickly circulated in his meridians. Not long after, a thunderous sound rang out in his body. Lightning flashed in the mysterious small world in his dantian. The blue dragon martial spirit swam around carefully, dodging the lightning. The dantian was the most mysterious place in a cultivator's body. It looked like a pearl, hanging between the belly button and the sternum. However, if one cut open the belly of a cultivator, one would not see the so-called dantian. The dantian was not an organ, bone, or flesh. It existed between reality and illusion. It was a world of its own, containing the cultivator's essence, quintessence, and heavenly sage laws. A cultivator used their body as a vessel. Actually, this referred to the space in the dantian. The size and toughness of this space determined how much quintessence and spiritual energy a cultivator could contain. The dantian was the cornerstone of this small world. If the dantian was destroyed, the small world would cease to exist. Naturally, the cultivator would be crippled. Rumor had it that once one reached the level of Emperor Wu, one would grasp heavenly laws and be compatible with the world. One could change this small world, materializing a world of mountains and rivers. At this moment, this small world was filled with lightning. The tiny blue dragon, martial spirit, dodged everywhere. However, it still found it hard to escape. Occasionally, it would get struck by lightning. Every time it struck, Xiao Chen felt like he was experiencing it himself. Every cell in his body, his internal organs, his flowing blood, his tough bones, and his skin endured the baptism of lightning. Even the depths of his soul were trembling, enduring great torment. There were no visible changes to Xiao Chen's outer appearance. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, silently circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. However, his physical body and soul were suffering from both torment and boundless pain. Xiao Chen's entire body felt like thousands of silver needles were stabbing him continuously. He clenched his teeth and endured. To him, who cultivated the physical body, such pain was not unbearable. However, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's dantian became dispirited and listless. It looked like it would disappear at any moment. However, Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. Under the tempering of the lightning, the inner charm of the blue dragon martial spirit became even more spirited. It was filled with a divine nature, as if a true soul was condensed within it. The lightning tribulation of the martial spirit lasted for half a day before it finally stopped. Several sticky black impurities flowed out of Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws shook the impurities off his body and scattered them with the wind. This martial spirit tribulation had been extremely arduous. However, Xiao Chen had gained a lot as well. Using this opportunity, his peak rank 2 sage body finally broke through to rank 3 sage body. Xiao Chen thought to himself, now that I'm at full power, I should be able to achieve 1,500 tons of force. That would be another breakthrough. Xiao Chen's physical body's recovery ability and ability to resist attacks had also improved. Even without a cultivation technique or martial technique that specialized in protecting the body, Xiao Chen's physical body was much stronger than before. Xiao Chen's defense should have already reached the level of a Grandmaster level martial sage. After all, a regular Grandmaster level martial sage's physical body would barely reach the level of a rank 2 sage body. Xiao Chen did not specialize in vital qi, so he could not compare to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not know how his martial spirit was doing now. The blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian was now only a small spot of light. It was incredibly bright, but he could not sense it at all. Startling thunder roared by his ears. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Boundless thunderclouds stretched for thousands of kilometers, churning and extremely heavy. The sky seemed to be several times lower than usual. With just a gentle leap, it would be within reach. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, and thunder roared continuously. The seawater churned endlessly, kicking up huge waves. The entire island shook. The island was like a lone boat that had left the ground, bobbing up and down in the seawater. The wind and clouds moved, and the sky changed color. Rivers and seas churned. Thunderclouds covered the ground, and a myriad of phenomena appeared. It was like a deity in the sky was glaring at Xiao Chen. Chapter 865. At this moment, Xiao Chen no longer needed to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. It circulated through the meridians in his body, resonating with the changing sky. Xiao Chen stood on a small mountain as the island rose and fell with the waves. His white robes fluttered as he looked at the boundless thunderclouds. His expression was grave and stern, his gaze emotionless. It was like he was not facing these lifeless thunderclouds, but a vast army pressing down on him. He was the last warrior in this lonely city. Hu Qi. In the distant, boundless sky, a bolt of lightning tore through space, heading for Xiao Chen without any warning. It traveled 5,000 kilometers in an instant. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber from its scabbard. His attack speed was even faster than the lightning. The cold saber blade silently chopped the lightning bolt flying at him in half. "Come," Xiao Chen said softly as he looked into the distance. He could feel the incarnation of the heavenly Tao in the thunderclouds. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, 10,000 bolts of lightning flew over from the distance, like arrows. Thunder roared, causing the seawater to surge. Bang! The island turned into a boat without roots. Together with the surging seawater, it floated up and down in the huge waves. The 10,000 arrows shot out at the same time. However, these were not arrows. They were all lightning bolts that could easily pierce through the sky. The overwhelming lightning engulfed the thunderclouds. When one looked up, it was filled with densely packed electricity. Xiao Chen's face sank. He waved his hand, and the heavenly sage laws in his body surged. More than 100 lightning flood dragons instantly formed and danced around Xiao Chen, encasing him and forming a special protective ring. "Kassier! Kassier!" Intense collisions and explosions resounded. The 10,000 bolts of lightning pierced through the air as the lightning flood dragons fought with all their might. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning pierced through the ring of lightning flood dragons. However, Shao Chun brandished a saber and chopped them apart. In the end, the 100 lightning flood dragons did not last for long. The arrow-like lightning struck them until they were covered in cuts and bruises. It was a tragic sight to behold as they scattered one by one. Fortunately, not many of the 10,000 bolts of lightning remained. Shao Chen chopped down with all his might. Every time he hacked, some electricity would accumulate in his body. After a certain amount, when he chopped down the last bolt of lightning, it finally exploded in his body. Bang! The explosion knocked Shao Chen into the air. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and he immediately let go of the lunar shadow saber. Just after the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Suddenly, a golden divine lightning descended from above. Wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated, disappearing into nothingness. Not even spatial fragments remained. This was the famous divine lightning of extinction. When Shao Chen saw this scene, he could not help cursing in his heart. The lightning tribulation of a cultivation technique actually caused even the divine lightning that a greater heavenly martial emperor needed to pass through. Although the divine lightning of nirvana before Shao Chen was not on the same level as the divine lightning of nirvana that martial emperors faced, it was the genuine divine lightning of nirvana. It could destroy space and swallow everything. Shao Chen raised his hands to the sky, and strands of purple heavenly sage laws poured out of his palms. A purple light as thick as a thumb intertwined. It formed an oval-shaped protective shield that flickered with dense lightning as it rose up. Crack! The divine thunder of annihilation lasted for 3 seconds. It easily broke through the protective shield and fell down. Shao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet, and all the vital qi in his body burned. A force of 150 jin surged out like a surging river and crashed into the lightning. With a loud boom, Shao Chun was ruthlessly struck down. His skin was charred black, and he was covered in cuts and bruises. He was in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, the terrifying divine thunder of annihilation was also blasted into countless sparks under Shao Chen's berserk attack. This trial was temporarily over. The charred skin started to split open slowly, revealing smooth new skin. The regenerative ability of a level 3 saint body was on full display here. However, Shao Chen smiled bitterly. This new skin would definitely be very weak. The next bolt of lightning would cause even more pain. If this continued, when his skin and flesh recovered, he would be immediately charred. This cycle repeated itself. Just thinking about it made Shao Chen tremble in fear. What kind of horrifying pain would he suffer? Unfortunately, Shao Chen's guess was right. After that, there were all sorts of famous divine lightning. Golden light divine lightning, void divine lightning, immortal divine lightning, blood demon divine lightning, and sun extinguishing divine lightning. A total of 81 bolts of divine lightning descended one after another. Every time Shao Chen used his full power to block, his body would be blasted into a bloody mess. Then, the rank 3 saint body would recover before being blasted into smithereens. Shao Chen did not even have a chance to cry out in pain before his willpower crumbled. The island had long since been blasted into nothingness. Shao Chen floated on the sea. The Neptune headscarf on his forehead gave him a cool feeling. He carefully opened his eyes and looked at the clear blue sky. The sunlight was so piercing that it hurt his eyes. Shao Chen asked doubtfully, "The lightning tribulation is over?" Shao Chen got up and sat on the surface of the sea. Then he stretched out his hand to take a look. His badly mangled skin had already slowly healed. Shao Chen's strong physical body had a strong recovery ability, automatically healing from the inside out. Soon, he had completely recovered. The sunlight in the sky was somewhat piercing, and the seawater was calm. Xiao Chen looked around and muttered, "The lightning tribulation is over. Next is the heart tribulation." Ao Jiao giggled from the immortal spirit ring and flew out. When she stood on the sea, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Congratulations! Congratulations! You survived 81 bolts of lightning tribulation." As an item spirit, Ao Jiao feared this kind of lightning the most. She would not come out unless the lightning tribulation was over. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "Ao Jiao, I'm not dead. You cleared 81 bolts of lightning tribulation. You will definitely clear the heart tribulation as well. You will not die. You will be fine forever." Ao Jiao revealed a rare, gentle smile as she cheered Xiao Chen on. Xiao Chen said gently, "I will not die. I still have not fulfilled the promise I made to you. How can I die? Sooner or later, I will have to go to the eternal heavenly sword school." The expression in Xiao Chen's eyes became even more resolute. No matter how difficult the heart tribulation was, he, Xiao Chen, would clear it. Xiao Chen carried too much, be it the favor that the Thunder King had given him, the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, or the Tao in his heart. They were all very far away. Back then, the Qing Emperor had been unrivaled in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. Surrounded by countless halos, Xiao Chen had to carve out his own path and shake off the legend of the Qing Emperor. Xiao Chen was not the Qing Emperor or the Thunder King. He was Xiao Chen. He had his own pride. The heart tribulation was the invasion of a heart demon. If one's mental state was not perfect enough, one would never be able to walk out of the illusion created by the heart demon, trapped until death. Xiao Chen scooped up some seawater and washed his face. The heart demon was good at silently invading when a cultivator was defenseless and weak-willed. From now on, he had to deal with it comprehensively and could not be careless. Xiao Chen sat on the surface of the sea, calmly waiting for the attack of the heart demon. As long as he cleared this hurdle, the sky and the sea would be vast, and the birds could fly freely. After that, the great Tao would be bright. The new changes of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer would unveil its mysterious veil. "Come on," Xiao Chen revealed a resolute expression. "Let me see where the flaw in my heart is. I really don't believe that this heart demon of yours can prevent me from walking out." Amidst the calm, Xiao Chen paid full attention, not daring to relax for even a moment. After a while, the surroundings were still incredibly quiet. Xiao Chen could not help but suspect that the so-called heart tribulation was just a lie. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's records were wrong. Otherwise, why had the heart tribulation not arrived yet? Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. When he opened his eyes, the thunderclouds in the sky had vanished, and the lightning tribulation had vanished. The question was, when did I close my eyes? Xiao Chen did his best to recall. However, he could not remember when he closed his eyes. When he tried to recall, the divine lightning struck down in his mind, splitting his flesh, shattering his bones, and mangling his flesh. Furthermore, with his strong physical body, his body quickly recovered, and he repeated this inhumane torture. How could I have fainted under such torturous torment? It was a never-ending cycle. Under such circumstances, falling asleep was clearly an extravagant hope. Unless I died, the pain would not allow me to fall asleep. 81 bolts of divine lightning tribulation. Did I really clear all of them? Xiao Chen paled. He suddenly stood up and broke out in a cold sweat. No matter how strong one's will was, one would not be able to endure such torment. What would happen if one's will weakened? The answer went without saying. Naturally, it would be a heart demon. What about the Ao Jiao from before? Naturally, it was a heart demon. Good, good, good. I, Xiao Chen, have always thought of myself as extremely intelligent, with an extraordinary will and a perfect mental state. Unexpectedly, I nearly killed myself. Xiao Chun revealed a self-mocking expression. He smiled bitterly. He was still foolishly waiting for the heart tribulation. How could he not know that he was already trapped in an illusion? As Xiao Chun thought this, the sky and seawater before him slowly turned blurry. Then he said calmly, "Ao Jiao, are you not coming out for a while?" Ao Jiao flew out from the immortal spirit ring. Her face filled with confusion. She even complained, "Why are you not focusing on your heart tribulation? Why did you call me out?" Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. As he looked at the familiar girl before him, he did not say anything. A saber light flashed, and Ao Jiao's head and body separated. Xiao Chen attacked decisively, showing no mercy. The scene around him suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly turned blurry. Thunder rumbled endlessly. The seawater was boundless. Huge waves drifted down, and rain poured endlessly. Thunder clouds churned in the sky, and lightning tore through the dark space. It looked like the end of the world. Xiao Chun lay in the seawater, moving up and down with the waves. His body was badly mutilated, and his eyes glazed over. The intense pain made his body twitch continuously. The lightning struck too quickly. The recovery of his rank 3 sage body could not keep up. The wounds at the corners of his eyes mixed with seawater, preventing him from even opening them. Every slight movement caused heart-wrenching pain. Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. Ignoring the intense pain, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. Chapter 866. In the hazy scene, a girl stretched out her hand to block a black ball of lightning, doing her best to prevent it from falling. Bits of life essence scattered from her petite body, looking like fireworks blooming in this dark space, very beautiful. No. Xiao Chen felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. He cried out hoarsely as he did his best to stand up on the sea. At this moment, he finally understood that he had not cleared all 81 bolts of lightning. Not only had he not cleared all of them, but before the final bolt of lightning arrived, a flaw appeared in his will, and the heart demon took advantage of it. Ao Jiao turned her head around and did her best to squeeze out a smile on her pale, bloodless face. Then she mocked Xiao Chen as usual. Haha. Idiot master. To think that you thought you were very smart. In the end, the heart demon took advantage of you. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the light on his body completely vanished. Motes of light filled the sky and slowly drifted down. With Ao Jiao draining her life essence as the price, the final bolt of lightning, which should have been boundlessly mighty, was now at least 10 times smaller than before, no longer able to do anything. Xiao Chen's face was ashen. His eyes were blank as he allowed the lightning ball, which was several times smaller, to land on him. Ao Jiao, I will come back alive, right? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. You are not allowed to die, and you will not die. Boom! When the bolt of lightning landed, Xiao Chen's body, which had just recovered a little, got blasted into a mangled mess again. Intense pain assaulted him. However, Xiao Chen was numb, unable to feel anything as he stretched out his hand and looked at the sky. The surging waves slowly calmed down. The thunderclouds scattered, and sunlight shone on the surface of the sea. After clearing all 81 bolts of lightning, Xiao Chen's bitterness was over, and his rank 3 sage body advanced further, reaching the peak. A vigorous life force poured out endlessly from the depths of his body. His injuries healed at a visible rate. However, Xiao Chen's heart was deathly still. His eyes were filled with boundless regret. His mind was filled with bits and pieces of his time with Ao Jiao. Now that I have drawn the mulberry sword, shouldn't you be calling me master? Idiot! Have you ever seen an ant make an elephant call it master? Idiot master! I did not expect that one day you would also become the top genius of the true dragon ranking. Haha! You're the same as the Thunder Emperor back then. Shao Qin, you are not even 25 years old yet, and you already comprehended the immortal will of thunder. You already surpassed the Thunder Emperor. You will not die. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. He. Don't forget that you promised me to avenge the Thunder Emperor. Under the illumination of the sun, the specks of light had long since disappeared without a trace. Congratulations, idiot master. You've passed all 81 lightning tribulations. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Shao Qin turned his head and looked. He saw Ao Jiao smiling faintly, looking at him warmly. Boundless hatred appeared in the depths of Shao Qin's eyes. However, his lips curled up slightly as he said, I have never had a moment where I wanted to lie to myself that you are the real one. A saber light flickered as Shao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber. It looked like the heart demon, Ao Jiao, would be chopped in half. However, at the last moment, the cold saber suddenly stopped before Shao Qin's neck. Shao Qin knew that this was a tribulation. But why did this saber not chop down? At some point in time, a tear appeared in the corner of Shao Qin's eye. When the tears fell from the corners of Shao Qin's eyes, the grief in them turned into a cold light. The saber light turned, and the cold and slender lunar shadow saber finally swung at the heart demon, Ao Jiao. Heart tribulations. Now, Shao Qin finally understood what it meant. A human's heart could not be perfect forever. There would always be a flaw. No matter how perfect one's mental state was, it would not work. The human heart was unfathomable. In the end, a human heart was made of flesh. It was laughable that Shao Qin was so confident. Furthermore, the heart demon would always find the flaw in Shao Qin's heart at the most appropriate time. When Shao Qin was tortured by the lightning tribulation, his greatest wish was naturally to break free from the lightning tribulation. Hence, the heart demon instantly found a flaw. Since that was what Shao Qin wanted, he naturally lowered his guard. When Ao Jiao died for him, Ao Jiao became the biggest knot in Shao Qin's heart. Once again, the heart demon took advantage of this flaw, betting that Shao Qin could not bear to kill her. Kassier, Shao Qin chopped the heart demon in front of him in half with his saber again. His consciousness turned blurry. Shao Qin opened his eyes and looked down. The tear from earlier just happened to fall on the surface of the sea. Ripples spread out on the surface of the sea. Shao Qin's reflection in the water looked blurry. Shao Qin had already cleared the lightning tribulation and the heart tribulation. He had officially reached the 7th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation. However, Shao Qin did not feel any joy. He did not check on the changes that the purple thunder divine incantation brought to his body. Shao Qin's body fell straight towards the surface of the water. Plop! He lay there, creating a large splash. He did not think of anything, not at all. Shao Qin hugged the lunar shadow saber and closed his eyes tightly. Will I be able to return alive? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Don't forget that you promised me to take revenge for the Thunder King. You are not allowed to die. This conversation seemed to echo in Shao Qin's ears. Without needing to think too much, the image of Ao Jiao clenching her fist and putting on a ferocious expression appeared in Shao Qin's mind. As the water flowed, Shao Qin closed his eyes, unwilling to open them. There are no miracles in this world. There is no way to reverse the situation. So I will close my eyes tightly. I only want to meet you in my dreams. I only hope that I do not wake up from this dream, that I will not be able to open my eyes for 10,000 years. The vast boundless sea was filled with boundless danger. Aside from danger, there were also boundless treasures. It would always attract a large number of cultivators to seek their own fortuitous encounters. Time went by. Shao Qin hugged the lunar shadow saber and drifted on the surface of the sea for half a year without waking up. A special, gentle aura lingered on Shao Qin's body. It was pure and filled with vast energy. As the aura spread out, it attracted several spirit beasts in the sea to follow. All of them greedily absorbed this aura. As Shao Chen drifted on the surface of the sea, more and more spirit beasts followed him. There were deep-sea spirit turtles, black tuna whales, golden lanternfish, and many others, forming an incredibly strange scene. On this particular day, a small boat carrying a few cultivators headed for the deep-sea battlefield. Big Brother by Li Shi, quickly look. There seems to be a dead person there. A skinny cultivator on the bow of the boat exclaimed in shock. The few people who were drinking and chatting all looked over. After more than 2 years, Bai Lishi was no longer the same as before. His set of medial-grade secret treasures had all been replaced with superior-grade secret treasures. His cultivation had even reached peak inferior-grade martial monarch. He was only a step shy of advancing to medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had not exhausted his potential yet. His luck for the past 2 years was extraordinarily good. Others might not know the reason, but Bai Lishi was very clear on it. It was no doubt that Bai Lishi had made the right choice back then. He had indeed gotten some of Shao Chen's luck. Clearly, Bai Lishi was the leader of the group on the boat. His lips twitched as he took a big gulp of wine. Then he scolded jokingly, "How ignorant. It is just a dead person. There are many dead people in the boundless sea." No, look behind him. There are many deep-sea spirit beasts following him. Unexpectedly, those spirit beasts are not eating him. That is too strange, the skinny cultivator with sharp eyes argued. When Bai Lishi heard this, his expression changed slightly. He looked over as well and saw a large group of deep-sea spirit beasts following the corpse. He found it very strange as well. Go and take a look. Chase away those fish. There is something strange about this corpse, Bai Lishi instructed as he felt excited. That skinny cultivator immediately flew over in glee. Soon, he returned with Shao Chen's body. Then he casually tossed Shao Chen's body onto the deck. Good saber. I want it. When a martial king who used a saber saw the lunar shadow saber in Shao Chen's hand, his eyes lit up. He immediately rushed forward, wanting to pry the lunar shadow saber from Shao Chen's hand. In the end, no matter how hard that martial king tried, even using his essence, he could not pry Shao Chen's hand off. He was so anxious that his face turned red, but it was to no avail. Sixth brother, did you use up all your strength on women? You can't even do anything to a dead person. The others could not help but laugh loudly. That sixth brother was already very angry in the first place. When he saw the others laughing at him, he drew his weapon and said angrily, "Damn it! He is already dead, yet you are still holding on so tightly. I have never seen such a stingy person. This old man will chop off your entire arm." When Bai Lishi saw sixth brother raise his saber, he felt that this person looked familiar. He shouted, "Wait a moment. Don't move." Bai Lishi quickly stepped forward and brushed aside the messy hair on Shao Chen's face. This confirmed his guess. Bai Lishi's expression changed greatly as he said, "Brother Shao Chen!" The cultivator that Bai Lishi grabbed thought that Bai Lishi wanted to snatch the saber from him. He said in dissatisfaction, "Big brother, since when did you have such a dead brother?" "Scram! Your brother is the dead one. Your entire family is dead. This is my old man's brother, Shao Chen." Bai Lishi stepped forward and checked Shao Chen's breathing. He discovered that he was still breathing. When he looked at his skin color, there were no signs of swelling. It was like Shao Chen had just fallen asleep. Bai Lishi heaved a sigh of relief and started cursing at that person. When the others heard what Bai Lishi said, they all gathered around curiously. They looked at Shao Chen and said, "Big brother, is this really Shao Chen?" Bai Lishi's lips curled up as he said, "How can my words be false? He is Shao Chen. He is the top sovereign genius of the true dragon realm. He returned to the Sky Dome realm half a year ago and killed Sima Hong with one finger. He even took away the will of thunder that no one has taken away in the past few thousand years. Bai Lishi raised his head and glared at the cultivator who was about to cut off Xiao Chen's arm. He said, "Consider yourself lucky. If I had not shouted for you to stop, even if you had 9 lives, you would not be able to survive." The cultivator holding the saber was startled. Xiao Chen was a true legend of the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chen's experiences surpassed even that of the Thunder King, who had risen up like a comet. When everyone carefully sized up Xiao Chen, they could not believe it. Unexpectedly, such a legendary person was on the same ship as them. "Big brother, is he really your brother? Why does he look different to me?" The skinny cultivator and the other cultivators did not believe that Bai Lishi and Xiao Chen were as close as he said. Bai Lishi could not be bothered with them. He frowned slightly, unable to understand Xiao Chen's current situation. Chapter 867. Based on Xiao Chen's clothes. He had clearly soaked in the sea for a long time. However, his skin and complexion were much better than Bai Lishi's. It was as if he had just fallen asleep. It was an extremely contradictory sight. Logically speaking, with Xiao Chen's strength, he should have woken up from such a commotion. Why was his eyes still closed? Bai Lishi did not dare to act rashly. He did not know what his brother was doing. After thinking for a while, he said, "Turn around. Let's go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and send him back." "Big brother, we have wasted so much time. Are we not going to the deep sea battlefield?" Bai Lishi scolded. "Idiot. If my brother wakes up, he will give you some benefits. It will be enough for you to stay in the deep sea battlefield for 100 years. The others felt that this was reasonable. They immediately turned around happily and headed for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Suddenly, the skinny cultivator with sharp eyes said, "Did you all notice that there is a special aura coming from Xiao Chen's body? I just absorbed some of it, and my mental energy increased significantly." The others did not believe it. After they tested it out, they all opened their eyes in shock. They all exclaimed that their mental energy had indeed increased significantly. Bai Lishi remained silent. When he saw the lifeless expression on Xiao Chen's face, he did not know why, but he felt like his heart had died. As a result, when these people discovered this, they did not pay much attention to it. Could it be that brother Xiao Chen is not going to wake up? This thought appeared in Bai Lishi's mind. The other cultivators on the ship were rather happy when they turned around. After more than a month, Xiao Chen's mental energy had increased significantly. However, the special energy that Xiao Chen gave off showed no signs of dissipating. Aside from the deity race, who had a good chance of cultivating mental energy due to their innate talent, even the other races of the Kunlun realm would find it difficult to obtain cultivation techniques for cultivating mental energy. Only Bai Lishi frowned. 1 month had passed, and it was as Bai Lishi had guessed. Xiao Chen had not woken up yet. Bai Lishi grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with both hands and fell into a deep sleep, unwilling to wake up. "Big brother, we are almost at Thunder King Valley," the skinny cultivator said with a smile on his face as he pointed to the canyon in front. Bai Lishi looked up and saw that they were indeed almost at Thunder King Valley. He muttered, "Without that immortal will of thunder, I am not used to walking in this Thunder Emperor Valley." The small boat moved slowly, calmly sailing through the canyon. The 2 sides of the canyon still had the mural of the Thunder King soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen, who was on the deck, suddenly moved. When Bai Lishi saw this, he thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and discovered that Xiao Chen had already opened his eyes. The sharpness in his eyes was unrestrained and unparalleled. However, in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a sense of vicissitudes and silence that no one could capture. Xiao Chen's eyes were full of sharpness. Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Dragon Chen. Xiao Chen stood. Standing. On Xiao Lishi si, and went on. Xiao Chen lay on the deck and muttered, "Thunder King Valley. Thunder King Valley. Why did you wake me up here?" When the others on the warship saw Xiao Chen stand up, They silently felt an immense pressure. They felt like even speaking was strenuous. "Brother Xiaoqin, are you all right?" Bai Lishi asked joyfully when he saw that Xiaoqin had woken up. "Brother Xiaoqin, are you all right?" Bai Lishi asked joyfully when he saw that Xiaoqin had woken up. Xiaoqin did not explain. He asked, "Brother Bai Lishi, do you have wine?" The two drank and chatted for a long time. When Xiaoqin found out that he had been asleep for half a year, he could not help but remain silent for a long time. When the ship was about to leave the valley, Xiaoqin returned the wine bottle to Bai Lishi and thanked him. Then he flew up to Thunder King Valley without saying a word. Xiaoqin stood quietly in Thunder Emperor Valley and looked at the distant sky. His thoughts wandered along with the strong wind. After a long time, he took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Xiaoqin drew the saber from its scabbard with a huang-dang sound. The cold and slender saber blade was as sharp as before. Xiaoqin touched the saber blade with his finger and gently sliced it. Blood immediately flowed onto the saber blade. Without waiting for the blood to drip, Xiaoqin sheathed the saber and smashed it with his palm. The lunar shadow saber instantly entered Thunder King Valley. There was a pitch-black hole in the ground. It was unknown how deep the lunar shadow saber was. Xiaoqin knelt on the ground and pressed his forehead against the hard mountain rock. Blood flowed out and dyed the white Neptune headscarf red. "If I cannot bring Ao Jiao back, then I, Xiaoqin, will never use a second saber in this life." The mysterious and strong talisman in Misleading Fog Lake had allowed Xiaoqin to see the pinnacle of power. When one's strength reached its peak, there might be a miracle. "Big brother, what is that Xiaoqin doing?" The small boat sailed out of the valley but did not go far. When the group saw Xiaoqin kneeling on the ground, they could not understand what was going on. Bai Lishi sighed silently. This brother of his had probably met with a hurdle. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. There are some things that we cannot understand." After staying in Thunder Emperor Valley for 3 days, Xiaoqin sank down and started to check the changes that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantations 7th layer brought him. First was his sea of consciousness. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness had actually all turned into magic energy. Furthermore, without Xiaoqin intentionally controlling it, it all spread out. When Xiaoqin saw the vast and flourishing magic energy, he could not help but sigh. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantations 7th layer had indeed brought him an immortal opportunity. In the distant Pinglai Sea of the Kunlun realm, there were immortal cultivators as well. However, as far as Xiaoqin knew, immortal cultivators could not cultivate. He had never heard of a martial cultivator being able to cultivate immortal cultivation. Not just anyone could cultivate immortal cultivation. One needed to have an ethereal immortal opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented one was, one would not be able to enter the door. In the current martial epoch, there were very few people with an immortal opportunity. Only in the Penglai Sea did some immortal cultivators gather. These immortal cultivators did not have any connection to the people of the immortal epoch. They were established by the later generations after obtaining some inheritances. The strength of immortal cultivators was like mud to clouds when compared to the true experts of the immortal epoch. After checking again, Xiaoqin discovered that his heavenly sage laws had not decreased or disappeared. The energy of a cultivator still existed. Furthermore, they had become even purer and denser. Each of the 300 heavenly sage laws had become 3 times thicker, as thick as a baby's arm. A peak inferior grade martial sage could have 500 heavenly sage laws. Although Xiaoqin's cultivation had not changed, even an ordinary superior grade martial sage in the Kunlun realm would not be able to compare to his. In terms of the might of heavenly sage laws, they would not be able to compare to Xiaoqin's. Immortal dual cultivation and martial cultivation. Suddenly, these words appeared in Xiaoqin's mind. The purpose of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was probably to dual cultivate immortal dual cultivation and martial cultivation. The immortal arts recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation were too low-ranked. Compared to the martial techniques of the Kunlun realm, they were much weaker. They were all basic knowledge. Only this purple thunder divine incantation far surpassed some heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. Now that it had broken through to the 7th layer, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. Who exactly created the purple thunder divine incantation? Given Xiao Chen's current knowledge, it would be impossible for the experts of the immortal epic or the martial epic to come up with such a martial technique. Only someone who had studied both immortal arts and the martial Tao, as well as familiarity with the physique of the Kunlun realm's cultivators, could create such a purple thunder divine incantation. The strength of the purple thunder divine incantation went without a doubt. Now, Xiao Qin truly understood the dangers of the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple thunder talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun gently. Under his control, the scattered magic energy stopped leaking. Xiao Qin sank his consciousness into his dantian, wanting to see what the blue dragon martial spirit, which had been baptized by countless bolts of lightning, looked like now. If Xiao Chen had not seen it, he would not have known. However, when he saw it, he was startled. The tiny blue dragon had already reformed. However, Xiao Chen felt that it was very different from the martial spirit. In the past, the blue dragon martial spirit was a dragon-shaped energy that could not be controlled easily. Now, this blue dragon gave Xiao Chen the feeling that it was his clone. Furthermore, it was very chubby, like a baby. Not only could it control its every move, but it also possessed great energy. Furthermore, its connection to Xiao Chen was even closer. If this blue dragon got destroyed now, it would not be as simple as before. Xiao Chen would die as well. Xiao Chen was somewhat shocked as he asked, "What is this? Yuanying? Or is it a dragon nascent soul?" Clearly, this tiny blue dragon, according to the introduction in the Compendium of Cultivation, had the characteristics of a yuanying. However, wasn't the yuanying of immortal cultivators always their own? After trying to circulate it, Xiao Chen discovered that this blue dragon was indeed his yuanying. For now, he could just treat it as the result of dual immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. Since there were no major problems, Xiao Chen just let be. A fierce flame started burning intensely in his right eye. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the purple thunder true fire immediately spewed out. The purple, lightning-attributed fire covered the sky and landed on the surface of the sea. Qi. In that instant, boundless hot steam rose up from the surface of the sea. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding 50 kilometers. White mist filled the air. Much of the seawater had evaporated. A huge pit appeared on the flat surface of the sea. The seawater from all directions gathered and formed an incomparably huge whirlpool spinning wildly. Xiao Chen withdrew the purple thunder true fire and returned it to his eye. When he saw the scene before him, he was somewhat astonished. The purple thunder true fire brought about by the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer was this purple thunder true fire. Now, the purple thunder true fire was Xiao Chen's true weapon. In the Kunlun realm, he could definitely compete with the outstanding talents of the same generation. However, there was an imbalance between yin and yang. It would not be easy to form the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen had to find more yin-attributed flames for the lunar true flame to absorb. Rebirth. At this moment, Xiao Chen could only use this phrase to describe him. He would be walking a path that no one before him would be able to follow in the future. After a long time, Xiao Chen calmed down. A jade strip appeared in his hand. This was the magic skill that he obtained with the golden crow egg in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm, Starry Heaven Storm. In the past, he did not have magic energy and could not practice the strong magic skill. He could only look at it. Now it suited Xiao Chen. Chapter 868. Although there were many immortal arts in the Compendium of Cultivation, they were all immortal arts that were not worth mentioning in the Kunlun realm. Before strong martial techniques, they were not worth mentioning at all. Only magic skills were truly strong immortal arts. Magic skills were divided into minor magic skills, major magic skills, and supreme magic skills. In the current cultivation world of the Penglai Sea, the various immortal Dao sects did not have many minor magic skills. Major magic skills were even rarer. As for supreme magic skills, they would be in the single digits. Starry Heaven Storm was a peak minor magic skill. Although it was a minor magic skill, its might was stronger than a regular heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, when cultivated to a certain level, it could even transform into a major magic skill. Xiao Qin carefully studied the key points of executing Starry Heaven Storm once more. Then he closed his eyes and carefully pondered, simulating the execution of this magic skill in his mind. After a while, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and formed hand seals, forming different hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained quickly. Due to the complicated environment of the universe, there were many stars. There were bound to be some stars that left their orbits due to various accidents. One must know that the orbit of every star was arranged by the heavenly Tao from the moment it was born. Although the universe was vast, in the eyes of the supreme heavenly Tao, it was just like a chessboard. As it moved, the lines of time and space intersected, binding all the stars to the chessboard of fate. If a star suddenly left its orbit, it would disrupt the lines of time and space and the arrangement of fate, resulting in a huge destructive force. This destructive force was known as Starry Heaven Storm. When a Starry Heaven Storm appeared, everywhere it passed, countless stars would be destroyed. Furthermore, it could stretch for hundreds of millions of kilometers. The magic skill Starry Heaven Storm in the Jade Strip simulated the instant a star left the chessboard of fate, the destructive force it produced. As Xiao Chen's hand seals increased in speed, intersecting lines of time and space appeared behind him. The chessboard of fate materialized. The stars on the chessboard moved in an orderly fashion. It looked like a vast galaxy, exactly like the boundless starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen's expression turned anxious. He sent his spiritual sense into the vast star chart, quickly searching for a target. I can't. This star is too big. I can't move it. I can't move this one either. This one is just the right size. It's just enough to move. That's not right. This star is too far away. After pushing it, the resulting storm can't descend. Bang! An intense explosion sounded out, and the vast star river diagram behind him shattered into pieces. Xiao Qin coughed up a mouthful of blood. The execution of his mystic art had failed, and he suffered a backlash. The sound of a golden bell resounded in his mind, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to stand stably. Cultivating a divine ability was much more difficult than he had imagined. But Xiao Qin wasn't surprised. He sat down cross-legged and rested for a quarter of an hour before starting his second attempt. After 10 attempts, Xiao Qin finally succeeded in moving a star. The space-time lines on the chessboard of fate began to fluctuate violently. A starry sky storm appeared in an instant. As Xiao Qin stretched out his hand, the black gale rushed towards the sea in front of him. When the wind was strong to the extreme, what would it be like? The seawater was silently blown away by the starry sky storm, directly vaporizing. The seawater, which was several kilometers deep, immediately bottomed out. 100-meter-wide trench appeared on the surface of the sea. On the flat surface of the sea, a large blank space appeared out of nowhere. It was divided into two halves. In the next moment, the seawater merged back together, and huge waves surged up ferociously. The entire sea turned chaotic, looking even scarier than an approaching storm. A trace of joy appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He revealed a faint smile and said somewhat habitually, "Ao, Jiao, how is the might of this minor magic skill?" Right after Xiao Qin spoke, he was stunned. His expression immediately turned gloomy. He looked at the empty immortal spirit ring with a spiritual sense, and the joy in his eyes slowly faded. When some people were around, you became used to them, feeling that they did not exist. Only when they were gone would you treasure them. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, a broken saber flew out of the immortal spirit ring. This was the other piece of the Thunder King's mulberry sword. As Xiao Chen grasped the broken saber tightly, a determined look flashed in his eyes. The immortal epic had existed for tens of thousands of years, longer than the martial epic. Xiao Chen was sure that he could find a supreme magic skill that could reverse space-time and summon Ao Jiao back through the River of Fate. The broken saber in Xiao Chen's hand still had some of Ao Jiao's mark. As long as the broken saber was still, there was hope. If he worked hard, a miracle would happen. After giving the Thunder Emperor Valley a deep look, an electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. He tore space and headed back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Lu Riyue and the others saw Xiao Chen return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after half a year, they all heaved a sigh of relief. After losing Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen treasured the people around him. He did not want the tragedy to repeat itself. For the sake of bringing Ao Jiao back earlier, he cultivated even harder. 10 days later, Xiao Chen, who was more familiar with his strength, arrived at the Sky Dome Immortal Realm once again. After fighting with that Grandmaster-level martial sage, ferocious beast for a long time, Xiao Chen successfully entered the pavilion in the middle of the Immortal Lake. The pavilion did not disappoint Xiao Chen. There was a jade strip containing a minor magic skill. After seeing the horrifying might of the starry heaven storm, Xiao Chen finally understood how precious a minor magic skill was. There were thousands of magic techniques in the compendium of cultivation, but there was not a single magic skill. All of them added together were not as precious as the starry heaven storm. The new magic skill in the jade strip was called the Great Sun Incantation. The Great Sun Incantation. If one successfully executed it, one would be able to speak the incantation. Every word would contain the might of the blazing sun. When the incantation fell, it would be like the sun falling to the ground. The introduction in the jade strip was as exaggerated as the starry heaven storm. In order to achieve such might, one would need to be an immortal lord. It was just like the starry heaven storm. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he could only break the sea. It was far from being able to destroy a star. However, with his improvement in cultivation, Xiao Chen was confident that he could use this starry heaven storm in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm to push a star and create a real starry heaven storm. After leaving the pavilion, Xiao Chen searched the Sky Dome Immortal Realm for a long time with the mindset of giving it a try. However, after he found nothing, he left resentfully. After obtaining another minor magic skill, Xiao Chen returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and entered into closed-door cultivation. Xiao Chen did not have any foundation in immortal cultivation. With such vast magic energy, he was like a beggar who suddenly became a nouveau riche. Just because he wore gold and silver, he thought that he was rich and had no accumulations. Xiao Chen estimated that he would have to spend at least a year before he could reach the level of his current immortal cultivation. Only then would he be able to execute the magic skill with ease and not have any chance of failure. If the consequences of failing to execute a magic skill happened in battle, no one would be able to bear it. Xiao Chen was not someone who could not endure loneliness. After thinking for a while, he decided to enter closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. That way he would be more at ease. However, this way his cultivation would stagnate. For about 2 years, the gap between him and the giants and geniuses of the Kunlun realm would widen. However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. He needed to have his own accumulations for immortal cultivation, so he had to study it properly. Furthermore, the combination of immortal cultivation and martial cultivation was also a great field of study. If not for the fact that some things could only be verified through a large number of actual combat, Xiao Chen would not find it too much to enter closed-door cultivation for 5 years. Time flew, and the time for the demonic god blood sacrifice approached. The entire Kunlun realm felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure came all sorts of chaos. Amid the chaos, new outstanding talents relied on fortuitous encounters to rise up like comets. There were also races that vanished since ancient times, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to gain a firm foothold in the Kunlun continent. The small frictions between the 5 clans also became more and more intense. Everyone wanted to obtain more resources so that they would have more confidence to face the demon, god, blood sacrifice that was about to come. The peak characters of the various races also ignored the chaos, treating it as a rehearsal for the demonic god blood sacrifice. This made the chaos even more chaotic. Naturally, Shao Qin, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Sky Dome realm, did not know about all this. Shao Qin, who had faced off against Diwuk in a high-profile manner at the Sage Mark Monument, was slowly forgotten. In this age, there were many outstanding talents. If one did not appear for 3 months, they would be replaced by someone new. After disappearing for half a year and not seeing anyone in all sorts of lands of fortuitous encounters, people assumed that Shao Qin had fallen for no reason. Naturally, after disappearing for so long, he was already forgotten. Many people said that Shao Qin died trapped in the Sage Mark Monument, becoming the genius that died the most sullen death in history. 1.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Then Shao Qin slowly walked out of the cave where he was in closed-door cultivation. This place was an unremarkable, desolate mountain in the Lingyun mountain range, one that few people visited. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was thin, and there were no spirit beasts or spirit plants. The desolate mountain was filled with strange rocks. With one glance, it seemed boundless. Scorching sunlight shone down from above. Shao Qin took a deep breath. During the past 1.5 years, he had not been in closed-door cultivation, not leaving the cave. Occasionally, he would come out to test out his ideas. The collapsed mountains in front were the result of his tests in the past 1.5 years. Even though Shao Qin had suppressed his cultivation on purpose, using less than half his strength, the destructive power he caused in this Sky Dome realm was still too horrifying. Starry Heaven Storm. Shao Qin shouted and formed hand seals. In just a moment, he used his magic energy to simulate the chessboard of fate. The stars in the universe unfurled into a boundless star chart. Shao Qin's spiritual sense swam freely in this boundless star chart, searching for stars. Then he encased 3 stars and pushed them with all his might. Go! Shao Qin's expression turned solemn as he stretched out his hand. A black starry heaven storm surged out, tearing a pitch-black chasm in space, extending for 500 kilometers. When the shock wave landed, the various mountains became much shorter. Great Sun Incantation! Shao Qin's hands did not stop moving. His magic energy surged like a fierce fire, drawing on the immortal Tao laws. The blazing sun in the sky slowly dimmed. Chapter 869. At first, Shao Qin did not feel anything. However, after a while, the sunlight descending from the sky clearly dimmed, turning dark. The great sun incantation stirred up the solar true flame in the air and gathered it into words. How mighty and wondrous was that! Only an immortal art or magic skill could do this. With Shao Qin's current cultivation, this was practically a miracle. Shao Qin opened his mouth and spat out the word yang, which meant yang for the sun. However, it was not written in simplified Chinese or in a script that Shao Qin was familiar with. Instead, it was written in a mysterious script. The golden bright yang character gathered all the solar true flame that Shao Qin stirred up. When it landed on the ground, a golden flame spread out from the character. Instantly, the ground for 500 kilometers around was scorched. With a pu-chi sound, the ground was charred, turning bright red as if it had been exposed to the blazing sun for 100 years. Some of the weeds and small trees on the ground were immediately burned to ashes. Kassier! Kassier! Deep gullies spread out in the ground. In the blink of an eye, the land for 500 kilometers around collapsed. Although this was the Sky Dome realm, be it the spatial structure or the spiritual energy in the ground, they could not compare to the Kunlun realm. However, Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the destructive power of the Great Sun incantation that was 30% comprehended. Although he wasn't as proficient in immortal arts and divine abilities as he wished, he wouldn't fail to cast them as easily as he did with martial skills. Xiao Chen's greatest bitter cultivation over the past 1.5 years was not the improvement of his strength, but the stabilization of his mental state. Between the gains and losses, Xiao Chen underwent a complete transformation. Now his mental state was as strong as those old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years. It is time to make a trip to the Dark Church. Xiao Chen withdrew his technique and looked in the direction of the ancient desolate land as he spoke calmly. Since the appearance of that mysterious person from the Dark Church, he had been a thorn in Xiao Chen's heart. He kept feeling that this person's origins were closely related to him. Xiao Xiong chasing him out of the clan might have something to do with the Dark Church as well. Now that Xiao Chen was strong enough, he was confident that he could protect himself even if he faced the true body of that mysterious person. He would know what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den the Nether sect was after he entered it. Half a day later, Xiao Chen arrived at the Heavenly Extermination Lake. When he arrived above the island where the Dark Church was, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. When he scanned the island with his spiritual sense, he could not find anyone on it. With a trace of doubt, Xiao Chen landed on the island and walked around the various buildings, bunkers, and secret rooms, feeling the lingering demonic qi in the air. Xiao Chen verified that he had not come to the wrong place. This was the Dark Church's branch in the Sky Dome realm. However, for some reason, they suddenly withdrew. Where did he go? The abyssal demon world? Xiao Chen scanned the island with his powerful spiritual sense. He did not let go of any place, searching for something that interested him. An altar on the island attracted his attention. With a flicker, Xiao Chen arrived at the palace. A large number of prayer mats were placed neatly on the floor of the hall. There were 2 depressions on the prayer mats, which were obviously caused by kneeling for a long time. Above the prayer mats was the altar giving off a dense, dark aura. Behind the altar was a shattered black statue. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the altar. When he looked down, he saw churning black smoke. There was a mysterious formation at the very bottom that had been destroyed as well. A cool breeze blew, and a nauseating bloody smell wafted out from the altar. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not know how many people had died in this altar for it to give off such a horrifying bloody smell. Even if there were not 1,000,000, there had to be at least 100,000. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the shattered black statue. With a thought, the heavenly sage laws in his body surged as he sent out a few strands of law energy. The broken pieces of the statue floated before his eyes. Xiao Chen was an expert in this field. It was not difficult for him to restore thousands of pieces of the statue. As Xiao Chen moved his hands, the pieces quickly reassembled under his control. In mere moments, a complete statue appeared before Xiao Chen. The statue was 3 meters tall and completely black. It wore ancient clothes, and its eyes were scarlet. It gave off an indescribably strong aura. It was as vast as the starry sky and as long as a river. A strange scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He seemed to hear millions of spirits prostrating themselves in worship and singing praises. A formless and mysterious energy gathered towards the statue. These spirits all looked the same, expressionless and numb. The statue seemed to come to life, opening its mouth and sucking in, swallowing up millions of spirits. Not only did the spirits not show pain, but they also showed joy and transcendence. Bang! The reassembled statue immediately shattered, turning into powder and unable to reassemble itself. The scene before Xiao Chen also vanished. This scene shocked Xiao Chen on the spot, unable to recover his wits for a long time. Is this the mysterious, demonic god of the deep abyss demonic world? Why do I feel like it's a forbidden technique of the demonic cultivators during the cultivation epoch? After cultivating immortal techniques and rereading some of the foundational knowledge in the Compendium of Cultivation, Xiao Qian could tell that this was an extremely cruel cultivation technique that went against the heavenly Tao. This was a forbidden ability of the demonic cultivators of the evil faction. The Compendium of Cultivation only recorded the cultivation techniques of the righteous Tao. There were very few records of this type of demonic cultivator. Xiao Qian now understood why the deep abyss demonic world had to carry out the demonic god blood sacrifice every few thousand years to massacre the life forms of the Kunlun realm. The origins of the dark church in the deep abyss demonic world were definitely related to some demonic cultivators of the immortal epoch. However, Xiao Qian did not know why the demons were willing to make such a huge sacrifice to invade the Kunlun realm for him. The Kunlun realm was not a pushover. Although the invasion of the 18 demon monarchs caused huge losses to the Kunlun realm, it would not have a good ending, either. In less than 8 years, or perhaps even earlier, the demonic god blood sacrifice will arrive. It is time for me to return as well. Xiao Qian flew out of the island and paused in the air for a while. Then he spat out one word, and the sky suddenly turned much darker. The mysterious Yang character descended. This time, Xiao Qian did not hold back. He used 80% of his power. Bang! The island hundreds of kilometers around instantly crumbled, turning into ashes and disappearing into the heavenly extermination lake. As Xiao Qian looked at the island that no longer existed, he revealed a satisfied expression. After returning to the heavenly saber pavilion and spending more than a month relaxing, he said goodbye to Lu Ruyue and the others. Before he left, he handed the breaking sage pill that he refined to Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue was already very satisfied with Xiao Qian remaining in the Sky Dome realm for 2 years. She knew that he would leave sooner or later. However, she also knew that he would definitely return. In the Kunlun realm, Xiao Qian would definitely become a martial emperor. When Xiao Qian arrived, the Haotian emperor had sent him over. It was convenient and did not cost him much. However, leaving would be somewhat troublesome. Xiao Qian had to get the Sky Dome realm's Haotian sect master to inform the people on the Kunlun realm's Haotian star. Only after both sides were ready could Xiao Qian proceed with the inter-realm teleportation. If he had Emperor Wu's strength, it would be much easier. By the time everything was ready, it was already 3 days later. A large number of spirit stones piled up in the transportation formation opened a space-time tunnel. Then, Xiao Qian calmly returned to the Haotian star. 2 years have passed. You are finally back. Outside the transportation formation, Xiao Qian had not expected the first elder, Han Qinghe, to personally welcome him. So he quickly went forward and returned the greeting. The first time Han Qinghe saw Xiao Qian, he felt a great change. Unexpectedly, he felt like he was facing an expert of the same generation. After all, Han Qinghe was a grandmaster-level martial sage and was already 300 years old. On a second look, Han Qinghe discovered that Xiao Qian was still an inferior-grade martial sage. However, his heavenly sage laws, which were as thick as an infant's arm, were somewhat surprising. As an inferior-grade martial sage, Xiao Qian's heavenly sage laws were actually much stronger than those of a regular superior-grade martial sage. However, that was all. At best, Xiao Qian's combat prowess was that of a medial-grade martial sage. Why did it give Xiao Qian the illusion that he was an expert of the same generation at first glance? Han Qinghe could not help feeling suspicious. He was sure that Xiao Qian had undergone an earth-shattering change in the past 2 years. Come, follow me. I want to test your strength. Xiao Qian followed behind Han Qinghe, flying unhurriedly in the air as he looked around. Compared to 2 years ago, Planet Haotian was much livelier. Occasionally, Xiao Qian saw groups of 2 or 3 youthful cultivators flying in the air. Most of them were half-sages. From Han Qinghe, Xiao Chun gained a rough understanding of the changes that happened in the Kunlun realm during the 2 years he was away. Now, the Kunlun realm was truly chaotic. The small-scale conflicts between the various races had already turned into intense battles. Occasionally, news of older generations' superior grade martial sages falling spread. The peak powerhouses and sovereign martial emperors of the various races did not interfere, allowing the battles to intensify. Furthermore, they did not allow grandmaster-level martial sages to interfere. Xiao Qin roughly understood what this meant. The sovereign martial emperors of the various races had started this chaos on purpose. Their purpose was to use the intense battles to give birth to a few more grandmaster-level martial sages before the demonic god blood sacrifice arrived, increasing their chances of victory. When the demonic god blood sacrifice arrived, the true protagonists would definitely be the sovereign martial emperors and demon monarchs. However, the deciding factor would be these grandmaster-level martial sages. The reason was very simple. It would be easy to determine a victor between Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu. However, it would be very difficult to determine who would kill who. The ones who could truly lead teams to kill cultivators and collect spirits were the grandmaster-level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor. The battlefield of the martial emperor experts would definitely be the starry heavens. They would not interfere in the battles of the Kunlun realm. At that time, if one more grandmaster-level martial sage appeared, the Kunlun realm would have a higher chance of victory. Heroes emerged in chaotic times. Such a chaotic scene was also the best for cultivators to advance quickly. Although the price was high and a large number of older generation martial sages or younger generation geniuses would fall, the effects would be the best. The two of them arrived at a spacious training ground. Han Qinghe waved his hand and had the juniors fighting there withdraw. Then, he stepped onto the training ground first. This action immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of the other sects and the inner sect elders in the drill ground. The first elder, Han Qinghe, was one of the few grandmaster-level martial sages in the Haotian sect. Not only had many disciples not seen Han Qinghe make a move, but even many of the inner sect elders had not seen him make a move. Chapter 870. Back then, Han Qinghe had been a peak genius of the Haotian sect. He was also the grandmaster-level martial sage with the highest hope of advancing to the level of the blue-robed emperor in the Haotian sect. Xiao Qin, I'll suppress my cultivation to peak medial grade martial sage and exchange a few moves with you. Let's see if you are, as the sect master said, reborn. What? The mysterious black-cloaked person in the air is actually the Qing Emperor's descendant, Xiao Qin, who has been missing for 2 years and was once the talk of the town. The moment Han Qinghe said this, a huge commotion broke out in the drill ground. Several of the newly advanced half-sages looked towards the sky. Xiao Qin. 2 years ago, this name had spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm, shaking up the entire place. Unfortunately, after that shocking feat at the Sage Mark Monument, Xiao Qin never appeared again. There were rumors that he was trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. In the past 2 years, several new talents had risen up, becoming famous. However, in terms of legend, none of them could compare to Xiao Qin. How strong was Diwuk? Now he was shining brightly, completely rising up. Even the older generation martial sages were inferior to him. Some of the geniuses of the strong races that had existed since the ancient era did not dare to underestimate Diwuk. 2 years ago, Xiao Chun ruthlessly kicked the top genius of the younger generation at the Sage Mark Monument, sending him flying into the air. Even if people temporarily forgot the name Xiao Chen, they would not be able to erase it from the depths of their memories. After removing the heavenly sea cloak, Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "First Elder, please give me some pointers." This was a simple action, but Xiao Chen gave off a certain air. Others might not be able to tell, but Han Qinghe frowned. This was the air of a grandmaster. At such a young age, Shao Chen already had the air and demeanor of the older generation that had lived for hundreds of years. What kind of metamorphosis did this fellow undergo? Han Qinghe rejoiced in his heart. He felt an itch to test out Shao Chen's true strength. If Shao Chen was just putting on an act, that would be too disappointing. Be careful. I'm coming. Right after Elder Han spoke, he charged at Shao Chen with a loud boom. A fierce flame blazed on his body. As he moved, he became like a blazing star, dragging a long tail as he flickered through the cosmos. When he attacked, he used his best martial technique, Star-Burning Fist. Once it was spread out, the entire practice ground seemed to have turned into a vast starry sky, giving off a boundless pressure. This startled the observing disciples and inner sect elders. This burning star fist was a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, Elder Han had practiced it for many years. Although Shao Chen had suppressed his cultivation to peak medial grade martial sage, he had used this move the moment he started. With his current cultivation, it was too difficult to do so. Shao Chen did not dodge. He thought to himself, good timing. He shifted his feet slightly and assumed a stance. Then he punched as well. His aura suddenly changed. Shao Chen's body was like a saber, his intent was like a saber, and his fist was as sharp as a saber. This punch actually gave people the feeling that it was a treasured sword that had been unsheathed. A cold light flashed, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It contained the explosive force of the fist light and the cold sharpness of the saber. Bang! The two fists clashed, and there was a loud explosion. The two each took 10 steps back. They were evenly matched. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen clashed head-on with Elder Han's best martial technique. The knife-like electric light in the fist light caused Han Qinghe to feel a piercing pain, greatly startling him. After refining it a few times, Shao Chen tried to get rid of the sharp, knife-like electric light. However, he discovered that even with his medial-grade martial sage's law energy, he could not do so. Not wanting to go back on his word, Shao Chen circulated more energy. However, this knife-like electric light was painful and numb. Although it did not cause any fundamental damage to him, it was unbearably painful. Unable to resist, Shao Chen stood still for a moment and used the law energy that only superior-grade martial sages possessed. In the end, Shao Chen discovered that he could not get rid of it instantly. Only when he raised his energy to superior-grade martial sage did he manage to do so. On the surface, it looked like this exchange was a draw. In reality, Han Qinghe had gone back on his word and used the law energy of a peak superior-grade martial sage, so he had already lost. Of course, others, including Shao Chen, would not notice this small action. Han Qinghe could not help but smile bitterly. Against such a junior, he actually lost by half a move. If word of this got out, it would be very embarrassing. However, the more it was like this, the more it proved Shao Chen's strength. That aura was not just for show. Han Qinghe laughed loudly and said, "After not seeing you for 2 years, you have really given me a pleasant surprise. Again, receive my golden crow, spreading wings." Han Qinghe's body spun around and soared into the air. He spread his arms out like a divine bird spreading its wings. He was incredibly strong, and a strong wind blew, causing space to tremble. Torrential flames spread out from Han Qinghe's back, and a fiery aura instantly filled the entire training ground. Shao Chen narrowed his eyes. The instant Elder Han spread his arms and soared into the air, it was like he had turned into a true golden crow. A vast aura locked down on Shao Chen, and the light in Elder Han's eyes became as sharp as lightning. Elder Han moved very quickly, like a golden crow hunting for food. In the next moment, he would tear Shao Chen, his prey, in half. Clearly, Elder Han had grasped the essence of this move. The soul, intent, and momentum were all brought to their limits. Even a superior-grade martial sage would not dare to face such a move head-on. They would either defend with all their might or flee in a sorry state. The moment an expert made a move, it was clear whether they were skilled or not. When the first elder Han Qinghe used Golden Crow, spreading wings, the eyes of all the disciples and elders present lit up. The first elder truly lived up to his name. He brought out 130% of the Golden Crow, spreading wings combat prowess. If an ordinary person could bring out 80% of this move's combat prowess, they would be praised for it. She thought with some anticipation. However, she did not know if Xiao Chen would dare to clash head-on with this move. Good move! Xiao Chen shouted and executed the Kunpeng fist. He spread his arms as well, and the law energy behind him materialized a Kunpeng. The Kunpeng and the Golden Crow were holy beasts of the immortal epic, holy spirits of legends. Xiao Chen's Kunpeng fist and the first elder's Golden Crow spreading wings were very similar. On the surface, they looked similar. However, on the inside, they were completely different. Han Qinghe had thoroughly studied the Golden Crow spreading wings. With more than 100 years of experience and his peak comprehension ability, he could bring out 130% of this move's might. If he used his full power, he could even bring out a might that was twice as strong. As for Xiao Chen, he walked an unconventional path, blazing a new path. He used his body as a saber and his intent as a saber. Now, when he executed the Kunpeng fist, it also contained an unparalleled, sharp saber intent. In the past year or so, Xiao Chen had not only spent his time cultivating these two magic skills, he had also not stopped thinking about the martial Tao. Without a saber in his hand, he used his body as a saber, his heart as a saber, and his intent as a saber. Every move, every punch, and every kick was a saber. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he drew his saber. His gaze pierced out, and saber intent surged out. The immortal will of thunder that contained the vague form of a saber soul was compatible with a rank 3 physical body. Combined with his many years of immersion in the saber technique, he walked a path that no one had before or since, creating his own Tao. When the Kunpeng spread its wings, it hated the sky for being too low. With just one glance, it could cover the sky. When Xiao Chen spread his arms, a strong wind blew. This wind was even more ferocious than the first elders, Han Qinghe. Xiao Chen's punch arrived before Han Qinghe, even though he moved later. The roles of prey and predator changed in an instant. In Han Qinghe's eyes, the approaching Xiao Chen was clearly a Kunpeng. However, the image that appeared in Han Qinghe's mind was that of a powerful treasure saber shining with sharp light. Not only did Xiao Chen have a 90% comprehended saber intent, but it also contained the even more horrifying immortal will of thunder. Xiao Chen had taken a different approach to this Kunpeng fist. He had already surpassed the limits of what the Heavenly Rock King could do back then, turning it into a completely different move. Han Qinghe's thoughts changed in an instant. He knew that if he used the combat prowess of a peak medial grade martial sage to clash with this move, he would lose for sure. Boom! Xiao Chen's aura surged wildly. Before Xiao Chen's fist light approached, his strength soared to that of a superior grade martial sage. He brought out the might of the Golden Crow, spreading wings, twice as much. The two fists clashed again. The two in the air each moved back 100 steps. Xiao Chen's aura surged. The scorching aura of the solar true flame penetrated the surface defenses of Xiao Chen's body and penetrated his internal defenses, heading for his internal organs. The heavenly sage laws in Xiao Chen's body quickly flew out and wrapped around this scorching aura. Then he used the power of lightning to slowly purify it. The first elder, Han Qinghe, waved his hand and smiled helplessly. Let's not fight anymore. Let's not fight anymore. If we continue, I will have nowhere to hide my old face. I lost in the first move. After not seeing you for 2 years, Xiao Chen, you have indeed undergone a complete transformation. You have not let down the sect master's expectations. Shao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and said, First Elder is too humble. If you had used your full power, this little one would not have been able to block even one move. These words were the truth. Han Qinghe was a Grandmaster-level martial sage, only one step shy of advancing to the blue-robed emperor. If Han Qinghe used his full power, the instant the burning star fist flew over, Shao Chun would not even be able to see its shadow. This was the result of a huge difference in cultivation. There was nothing embarrassing about it. When Shao Chen's cultivation increased, he would naturally have nothing to fear. Shao Chen's words were unintentional, but when Han Qinghe heard them, he felt extremely satisfied. Although Han Qinghe admitted defeat, this Shao Chen was very sensible, immediately giving Han Qinghe a way out of this embarrassing situation. After all, Han Qinghe had been defeated in 2 moves before so many inner sect elders and junior generation disciples. He still cared about his face. The elders and junior generation disciples all looked at Shao Chen, not daring to underestimate him. Shao Chen's cultivation had not improved much in the past 2 years. However, his combat prowess had increased significantly. He defeated the first elder, who suppressed his cultivation in 2 moves. Right now, senior brother Shao Chen is probably no weaker than the peak geniuses of the various races who left their names on the Sage Mark Monument. I believe that the geniuses of the strong ancient races that appeared recently would not be much stronger than senior brother Shao Chen. Chapter 871. I do not agree with what you said. Although those strong ancient races are few in number and have withdrawn from the struggle for hegemony in the Kunlun realm long ago, settling on the stars in the outer realm, every single one of them is a fool in the Kunlun realm. However, every single one of them is considered a fool in the Kunlun realm, an outstanding talent that only 1 in 10,000 could find. When they pick out the absolute demonic geniuses, they are all targeting Diwuk. That's right. After all, senior brother Shao Chen's cultivation is still too low. It would be a pity to waste 2 years. Why are you all boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own? No matter what, senior brother Shao Chen is still a member of our Haotian sect. How can others compare to him? The junior generation disciples discussed, comparing Shao Chen to some of the famous new geniuses. When Han Qinghe saw the juniors arguing endlessly, he revealed a satisfied expression. No matter what, the Haotian sect being able to produce a legendary character like Shao Chen was a great boost to the morale of the sect. Han Qinghe stretched out his hand and gathered the inner sect elders on the drill ground. He said, Everyone, are you all satisfied with the strength that Shao Chen displayed earlier? Haha. Just look at First Elder's smile, and you will know the answer. Naturally, there is no need for us to say anything. Indeed, right now, Shao Chen has nothing to fear when facing a regular superior grade martial sage. When Shao Chen saw the expressions of the elders, he entered deep thought. This group of people seemed to be implying something. Indeed, Han Qinghe continued, Good. In that case, there should be no objections to letting Shao Chen lead the mission that Bushin Palace sent, right? The others all shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. However, Shao Chen did not understand. Han Qinghe turned his head and said, Shao Chen, you just returned to the Kunlun realm and probably do not have time to rest. Now that the world is in chaos, I believe you will not be able to stay idle. Without batting an eyelid, Shao Chen looked at Han Qinghe and said, First Elder, feel free to speak your mind. As long as it is within Shao Chen's capabilities, I will definitely be duty-bound. Han Qinghe nodded slightly and said, One of the resource planets controlled by the Bushin Palace has been invaded by the Corpse God Palace. 3 months ago, the Primal Chaos Domain's Muddy Sky Sect's young master brought a group of loose cultivators to fish in troubled waters. The Bushin Palace sent a request for help to the 9 ranks of the great families. Our Haotian sect is one of them. Originally, I plan to arrange for you to go to the Starry Sky Silver Lake, the place where the battle between the 5 races is the most dangerous. However, this order just arrived yesterday. Now, most of the superior grade martial sages of the Haotian sect have gone to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. Your appearance has solved my urgent problem. No wonder the first elder personally welcomed Shao Qin, allowing him to test out his moves. It looked like this was the biggest reason. Since Shao Qin received favors from others, he had to repay them. Coincidentally, he had been in closed-door cultivation for 2 years. He needed to test out what he had learned and comprehended in actual combat. After thinking for a while, Shao Qin agreed to Han Qinghe's request. After obtaining Shao Qin's confirmation, Han Qinghe heaved a sigh of relief. He dismissed the other elders and said to Shao Qin, "In the vast universe, there are countless stars. The ones that can be called resource planets are few and far between. The number of resource planets controlled by the Bushan Palace is also extremely limited. Losing even one would be a great loss. If you can protect this resource planet, the Bushan Palace will give you significant benefits. Furthermore, it will be counted as military merits. If you can obtain a noble title from the Bushan Palace, you will have a large monthly income. The higher the noble title, the more benefits. I will not elaborate on this. You will understand it in the future. What I want to tell you is to do your best to protect this group of sect disciples who are going with you to provide support. These are the seedlings of the sect. Their futures are limitless. The battlefield is cruel and merciless. If they die, they die. This time, it is not experiential training or a sect mission. It is a true battlefield. At the end, Han Qinghe's expression turned grave. Since the chaos in the Kunlun realm started, several older generation people and outstanding youths had fallen. They were all famous experts. Sensing the seriousness in the first elder's words, Shao Qin sighed silently to himself. The current chaos was the doing of the peak powerhouses of the various races. There was bound to be great fortuitous encounters in great chaos. There would definitely be several Grandmaster-level martial sages. However, the price was too high. Come, follow me to the Heavenly Battle Palace. I have already decided on the candidates. We are just waiting for you. In a few breaths, the two arrived at the Heavenly Battle Palace. Shao Qin glanced at the sect disciples going to provide support. There were about 20 of them, all of them inferior grade martial sages. In terms of cultivation, they were not much weaker than Shao Qin. This startled Shao Qin. Han Qinghe explained and understood. These disciples had all consumed the heavenly, divine spring pill refined from the blood of Shao Qin and Shui Lingling. Thanks to this fortuitous encounter, they had all advanced to martial sage in 2 years. The outstanding ones among them, like Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu and the others, had already followed Shui Lingling to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. That was an even more dangerous battlefield with even greater fortuitous encounters. As Shao Qin sized up this group of people, these juniors sized him up as well. All of them were unruly, their eyes filled with pride. This made sense. Even in this age of geniuses, they could be proud of being able to advance to martial sage at such a young age. Several disciples recognized Shao Qin. Shock filled their eyes. However, after the shock passed, they felt even more surprise. After not seeing him for 2 years, Shao Qin was actually still a middle-stage, inferior-grade martial sage. These disciples could not help but scoff at him. This legendary figure was nothing more than this. Han Qinghe pointed to this group of juniors and said, "Shao Qin, I'll leave him to you. I'll leave him to you this time. First Elder, we did not have any objections to you letting Shao Qin lead us 2 years ago. However, aren't you taking this descendant of the Qing Emperor too seriously now?" As soon as Elder Han finished speaking, someone immediately snorted coldly, expressing their dissatisfaction. A few more people followed suit. expressing that letting someone with a similar cultivation base as them lead the team would definitely not give them any battle merits. The one who spoke first was a youth wearing black battle armor and carrying a scarlet saber on his back. He was tall and burly, with a stocky back and a stocky waist. He was taller than Xiao Qin, who was 8 meters tall. This youth had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His eyes filled with arrogance. He did not hold back his sharpness at all as he looked at Xiao Qin boldly. Xiao Qin remained calm. He did not feel that this person had any malicious intent. Youths were naturally proud. Now that someone of similar age as them became their leader, they would naturally feel dissatisfied. This was especially so for the cultivation that Xiao Qin currently displayed. He was indeed only a middle-stage, inferior-grade martial sage. In the past 2 years, Xiao Qin had vanished without a trace. It would be hard to avoid rumors spreading about him. Han Qinghe smiled faintly and did not say anything. He watched quietly as Xiao Qin treated him like this. He believed that Xiao Qian would be able to deal with such a small matter easily. Xiao Qin had a name list that Han Qinghe had given him. It recorded the detailed information of these 20 disciples. With a glance, he found this person's information. After a while, Xiao Qian put away the information and looked up at this person. He said, Jin Lin, 26 years old this year, late-stage, inferior-grade martial sage. Superior talent, excellent aptitude, extremely high talent for the saber, and his saber intent has reached 70% comprehension. He once fought with the Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing. However, he suffered a crushing defeat, unable to last even 10 moves. This information seems somewhat contradictory. He could not even last 10 moves from Feng Xingxing, and he dares to claim that his talent for the saber is extremely high? This is too much. When Jin Lin heard Xiao Qin read out his information, he felt somewhat pleased. Although his experience could not compare to Xiao Qian's from 2 years ago, he could still be considered a new talent that had risen up in recent years. His fame had spread far and wide. Although Jin Lin had lost to Feng Xingxing, it was a glorious defeat. Everyone knew that Feng Xingxing had become famous at a young age, the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. Now that another 2 years had passed, Feng Xingxing's saber intent had reached 90% comprehension. His strength now rivaled the peak geniuses of the various races. Jin Lin's saber intent was weaker than Feng Xingxing's in both cultivation and saber intent. He only lost after 10 moves. However, Xiao Qian's casual words made him look like he was worthless. Jin Lin was already dissatisfied in the first place. Naturally, he did not want to endure any longer. He stepped forward and raised his head, revealing a sharp gaze as he said, Senior Brother Xiao Qin, you are known as the White-Robed Bladesman. 2 years ago, you became famous in the Kunlun realm. Jin Lin is untalented and would like to seek guidance from Senior Brother on the saber. However, Han Qinghe smiled bitterly to himself. Of all the things to compete with, he had to compete with Xiao Qin. When Han Qinghe thought about his earlier exchange with Xiao Qin, the memory of it was still fresh in his mind. Xiao Qian's 2 punches had taken a different path, moving in an unorthodox manner. They still looked somewhat immature. However, given time, Xiao Qian would definitely form his own faction, becoming a peerless saber emperor. Thinking of this, Han Qinghe could not help but send a voice projection. Xiao Qin, take it easy. This Jin Lin is a seedling that even our elders think highly of. He can be considered the disciple with the most potential in this batch of juniors. Even without the first elder saying so, I can tell. However, if jade is not polished, it will not be useful. I have my own intentions in provoking him to compete with the saber. When Han Qinghe heard what Xiao Qin said, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was greatly astonished. If it were in the past, Xiao Qin would not have hesitated so much in such a situation. He would have rushed forward and struck at lightning speed, instantly shocking everyone. The air of a grandmaster. These words suddenly appeared in Han Qinghe's mind. His expression trembled as he recalled the first time he saw Shao Chen. Shao Chen's bearing and posture could not be wrong. He indeed had the air of a grandmaster. These words were no small matter. Han Qinghe was an experienced person and deeply understood the principle behind them. Several superior-grade martial sages could not advance to grandmaster-level martial sage in their lifetime. What did they lack? It was the air of a grandmaster. Even the bearing and posture were insufficient. As of now, Shao Chen already had the air of a grandmaster at such a young age. In Shao Chen's eyes, this group of unruly people before him was not someone of the same generation mocking him. Naturally, he treated them as a group of juniors who wanted to improve themselves. As long as Shao Chen advanced to superior-grade martial sage, he would be able to advance to grandmaster-level martial sage immediately. A 30-year-old grandmaster-level martial sage. Han Qinghe came to this conclusion. When he looked at Shao Chen, his expression changed drastically. In these 2 years, while Shao Chen's cultivation seemed to have lagged behind his peers, once he reached the threshold of grandmaster-level martial sage, Shao Chen would be able to instantly surpass everyone else. By the time those people comprehended the importance of the air of a grandmaster, Shao Chen would have accumulated many years of experience. With his talent and comprehension ability, he might even be able to comprehend the heart of an emperor and trample on all the geniuses of this age. Chapter 872. The crowd in the Great Hall had already moved to the side, leaving a wide space for Shao Chen and Jin Lin. Jin Lin looked at Shao Chen. This was a name that resounded like thunder in his ears 2 years ago. Aside from nervousness, he felt even more excitement. A fanatical flame slowly lit up in his eyes. After standing still, Jin Lin said somewhat unhappily, "Senior brother Shao Chen, are you looking down on me that much? You are not even drawing your saber." Shao Chen smiled and said, "Just draw your saber. You will be able to see my saber later." Acting mysterious, Jin Lin thought to himself. He grasped the saber hilt with his broad hand and drew the scarlet saber. Then he glared at Shao Chen and shouted. Immediately, blood waves surged out. Jin Lin pushed off the ground and left the ground. It was like he was standing on a surging blood wave. Shao Chen executed the blood wave saber technique that he was proficient in. When he executed it, each wave would be stronger than the one before. Back then, Feng Xingxing had praised Shao Chen's blood wave saber technique. Shao Chen had said that Shao Chen would not need 5 years to truly fight with him. Kassier. Shao Chen's figure flashed. Suddenly, a resonant saber hum resounded, like a treasured saber being drawn from its scabbard. The clear and melodious sound even contained the tyrannical aura of a monarch. If one was familiar with Shao Chen, they would know that Shao Chen had modified his tyrannical aura of a monarch and added it to his newly comprehended saber Dao. Jin Lin thought he was seeing things. He clearly saw the saber appear. But why did he hear the sound of a treasured saber being drawn? A saber wind blew, and Shao Chen brushed by at lightning speed. Pu Ci. Jin Lin discovered that his protective heavenly sage laws broke, and an eye-catching saber mark appeared on the battle armor on his chest. He felt a slight chill on his chest. The saber had only broken his armor, but did not leave any wounds on him. His heart turned pale with fright, and he quickly withdrew his move. He turned around and rolled up the blood wolf, just in time to find Shao Chen, who had circled behind him and kicked him. It was clearly a foot, but it gave Shao Chen the feeling of a saber light chopping down from below. The saber intent was boundless, and the sound of sabers humming filled the air. Shao Chen could not even hold the scarlet saber in his hand stably. By the time he swung his saber to block the kick, he discovered that it was already too late. This kick easily broke through his protective laws and left a clear saber mark on his left shoulder. Retreat! Retreat! It was too strange. Jin Lin hurriedly retreated. He wanted to familiarize himself with Shao Chen's moves before coming up with a countermeasure. The blood wolf beneath his feet churned as he flew backward. However, Xiao Chen followed closely behind. His figure flickered, and unparalleled sabers appeared everywhere. The resonant saber hum never stopped. Xiao Chen's movements were as smooth as flowing water, pleasing to the eye. However, they were filled with killing intent. After 10 moves, Jin Lin's battle armor had too many wounds. With a huangdang sound, it shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen's figure flashed again, and he turned his body to the side and charged at Jin Lin. He was like a huge saber, using his body as the blade and his shoulder as the tip as he chopped down from above. Bang! The heavenly sage law barrier in front of Jin Lin easily broke in half. The mysterious phenomenon that the blood wave saber technique created also completely scattered. Xiao Chen paled and fell to the ground, staggering. Xiao Chen landed together with Ai Te and stood across from him. Then he silently glanced at Jin Lin. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through space, and the vague form of his saber soul containing the immortal will of thunder shot out with Xiao Chen's gaze. In that instant, Jin Lin felt countless powerful sabers flying at him. In the next moment, he was pierced by thousands of sabers, dying without a complete corpse. Jin Lin retreated continuously. He carelessly fell to the ground and touched his undamaged body. He muttered in a daze, "Didn't I die? How am I still alive?" This scene was rather comical. To others, Jin Lin was clearly standing perfectly fine. After taking a few steps back, he muttered to himself that he was dead. The other 19 disciples all started laughing. Jin Lin reacted. He thought back to Xiao Chen's final glance. At that time, he had indeed thought that he had died. That feeling of death was simply too real. Unimaginable. Unimaginable. Jin Lin stood up and looked at Xiao Chen. He felt that Xiao Chen was unfathomable, completely unfathomable. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Jin Lin's saber techniques are indeed not worth mentioning. Jin Lin performed a cupped fist salute, not daring to look Xiao Chen in the eye. In that final glance, aside from the vague form of his saber soul and the immortal will of thunder, Xiao Chen had also used some of the tricks from the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber painting. After studying the drawing the saber painting for a long time, Xiao Chen had gained something. Xiao Chen had ingeniously merged some of these techniques with his own comprehensions of using the will as a saber. In the future, when he reached great perfection, killing someone with one glance would not be a fantasy. Xiao Chen's original intention was not to intimidate the other party. When he saw Jin Lin's current performance, he felt that Jin Lin had met his expectations. He said, "You are already someone who died once. You can properly comprehend that final glance. You will definitely gain something." Jin Lin remained silent, entering deep thought as he carefully pondered Xiao Chen's final words. Han Qinghe spoke up at an appropriate time. He smiled and said, "Now who else is still unconvinced? Feel free to challenge senior brother Xiao Chen in saber techniques." Everyone shook their heads. After seeing Jin Lin's end, who would dare to be unconvinced by Xiao Chen? Han Qinghe smiled in satisfaction. Then he walked over to Xiao Chen and said somewhat apologetically, "Xiao Chen, these are extraordinary times. All the king-grade warships in the sect have been transferred to the Starry Heaven's Silver Lake. We simply cannot take out a king-grade warship. I have a strengthened sage-grade warship here. It should be able to travel in the Starry Heavens. There is no need. I happen to have a king-grade warship." Xiao Chen opened his mouth, and an awe-inspiring king-grade warship with a blue dragon carved on it appeared in the sky. It gave off a boundless and vast aura of kingship. The Dragon's Gates warship. It really is the Dragon's Gates warship. Legend has it that the Qing Emperor personally forged it. The Dragon's Gates warship is a dragon among kings. As long as the Emperor-grade warship does not appear, it can suppress all king-grade warships. Now that the Dragon's Gate's warship appears, we will definitely be able to return victorious. Back then, the Dragon's Gate's warship swept through the place unrivaled. When the group of juniors saw the Dragon's Gate's warship appear, they all cheered. Without needing Han Qinghe to say anything, they immediately jumped aboard and sized up the warship excitedly. Seeing the juniors of the King-grade warship in high spirits, Han Qinghe smiled somewhat helplessly. He said to Xiao Chen, "I'll leave these juniors to you. I'll wait for your good news at Haotian Star. We will meet again in the future." Xiao Chen gently leaped onto the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then he waved his hand, and 18 sails with talisman scripts on them soared up. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon's Gate's warship soared into the clouds, carrying a group of juniors filled with lofty aspirations as they traveled through the vast starry heavens. The universe was boundlessly vast. From the perspective of a cultivator, the Kunlun realm star system at the core was already boundlessly vast. Without comprehending the Tao of space-time, even the blue-robed emperor would not be able to fly out. There were countless stars of many different kinds. However, among the many stars, the ones that could be discovered by the various factions of the Kunlun realm were known as resource stars. Even though the Bushin Palace was a huge faction, it controlled a limited number of resource stars in the starry domains around the Kunlun realm, no more than 10. Every resource star contained boundless wealth, all sorts of rare ores, and countless spirit veins. Every year, the Bushin Palace received a large share of resources. That was why the Bushin Palace was able to distribute them to the various major sects of the Tianwu domain. Out of 10 resource stars, losing one would be a huge blow to the Kunlun realm. With the start of the Great Chaos, the peak powerhouses of the 5 major races purposely withdrew the Grand Master-level martial sages, the blue-robed Emperor and Emperor Wu, from the resource stars. They created many cruel battles. Amid the chaos, the Bushin Palace already lost 2 resource stars. Now, the 3rd resource star, Dragonwood Star, was also in danger. Most of the surface of Dragonwood Star was covered by the sea. The vast sea was dotted with islands that looked like stars. On this star, which was entirely made up of sea, controlling the islands was equivalent to controlling the surrounding sea region. Be it the spirit plants at the bottom of the sea, the deep sea or veins, or the resource mines on the islands, they all needed an island as a base to continue operating. Hence, the fight for the islands became extremely important. A majestic city stood on the largest island of Dragonwood Star. There were 1 million citizens in the city. It looked no different from the cities of the Kunlun realm. The only difference was that the people in the city were either powerless, ordinary people or martial monarch experts. It was not strange that there were so many ordinary people on a resource star. The excavation of all sorts of veins required a lot of manpower. This was not very dangerous or technical, requiring only ordinary physical strength. It would be overkill for cultivators to do it. The main purpose of cultivators on a resource star was to protect these ordinary people from astral beasts. However, in this chaotic period, cultivators spent most of their time fighting the corpse race. The headquarters of the Bushin Palace was built on this island, on a tall mountain in the middle of the island. Built against the mountain, there were rows of defensive towers and huge, sturdy stone houses. There weren't many fancy buildings, and everything was built for practicality. After the summit of the mountain was flattened, a majestic palace was built. Inside the palace, the current administrator of Dragonwood Star, Huang Pufeng, looked at the physical map on the table, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. The map was like a miniature version of Dragonwood Star. All the important islands were concentrated in it. From the flags on the islands, one could see the grim situation that the Bushin Palace faced. The blue flags representing the Bushin Palace were all gathered together. The black flag representing the Corpse God Palace was like an overbearing arrow aimed at the defense line of the Bushin Palace. In a place far away from the 2 factions, there was the Muddy Sky Gate, which wanted to take advantage of the situation and take a share of the spoils. They eyed the two factions covetously and could not be underestimated. Whoosh! A flying sword pierced through the wall and appeared in the room. This was the unique flying sword communication technique of the Bushan Palace. Huangpu Feng stretched out his hand, and the information in the sword immediately entered his mind. His expression could not help but turn unsightly. The second line of defense had fallen as well. The 308 martial monarchs, 100 half-sages, 30 inferior-grade martial sages, and 10 medial-grade martial sages guarding the island all died in battle. Only 3 superior-grade martial sages managed to escape. Chapter 873. The chaos that the sovereign martial emperors purposely created looked like child's play. However, their cruelty was startling. The tragic slaughter and the disappearance of one life after another caused everyone to face the grim reality. This was not some experiential training they had discussed. Instead, it was a true massacre. One had to put in their all. Otherwise, they might just die. Only the strongest survivors could face the future demonic god-blood sacrifice. If they did not be more ruthless to themselves now, they would not be able to accept a one-sided massacre when the time came. Huangpu Feng pulled out the small blue flags on the map and replaced them with the black flags representing the corpse god palace. Then he sighed and said, "The first and second lines of defense are already broken. Now, only the last 3 lines of defense remain." Reporting. Feng Xingxing received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 30 martial sages of the Full Moon Pavilion to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Shimin Bao received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 20 martial sages of the Shimin clan to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Niu Deng received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 30 martial sages of the 10 great battle realms to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Hua Dao received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 20 martial sages of the Thousand Mystery sect to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Bai Wuxiwei received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 40 martial sages of the Extreme Yin sect to provide reinforcements. Just as Huangpu Feng frowned in worry, the cultivators outside came in with reports. When Huangpu Feng heard them, he could not help but rejoice. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Based on the quality of these reinforcements, the various 9 ranks of the great families had indeed put in a lot of effort. Most of the martial sages that their sects had not sent to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake had come. However, there seemed to be one sect that had not come yet, the Haotian sect. After thinking about it, Huangpu Feng did not place much hope on them. The Haotian sect had once had 2 people soak in the heavenly dew divine spring. Of them, Shao Qin had absorbed a lot of the essence of the divine spring. The 2 people's blood had refined the heavenly dew divine spring pill, which far surpassed the other sects, causing the Haotian sect's strength to soar. Now that the great chaos had started, the elite martial sages of the Haotian sect were all sent to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. Compared to the other 9 ranks of the great families, they would not be able to bring many martial sages. Furthermore, most of them would be inferior grade martial sages. Feng Xingxing, Shimin Bao, Bai Wuxiwei, and the others chatted in the plaza outside the palace. Several older generation martial sages with strong auras stood behind them. There were very few younger generation martial sages. Among them, there was no lack of medial grade martial sages. The 5 people leading them were incredibly strong, all possessing the combat prowess of a superior grade martial sage. Amid the great chaos, these absolute geniuses all improved at lightning speed. Bai Wuxiwei's divine energy was the most horrifying. He was the only one among the 6 who had comprehended a will. He was also the only demonic genius who had been to the Starry Sky Silver Lake. By the way, Brother Bai, weren't you at the Starry Sky Silver Lake? Why do you have the time to come to this resource planet to provide support? Isn't it a waste of your talent? Shimin Bao said somewhat respectfully to Bai Wuxiwei. Of course. Given Bai Wuxiwei's current strength, he was indeed worthy of such compliments. Feng Xingxing and the others also looked over curiously. The battles at the Starry Sky Silver Lake were the most intense and dangerous. However, the increase in strength there was also the fastest. Bai Wuxue did not hide anything. He smiled and said, "I am ashamed to say this. 1 month ago, I was severely injured by a genius of the newly born ancient Treant race. Fortunately, I managed to survive. After I recuperated, I prepared to rush to the Starry Sky Silver Lake again. However, I was informed that a starry heaven storm was approaching. Soon, the Starry Sky Silver Lake will enter a truce. Coincidentally, I received an order from Bushin Palace to send reinforcements. So the sect sent me to this dragon with star." Bai Wushue's words sounded humble. However, when the others saw his strength, they did not dare to underestimate him. Even if they did not use their wills, they would not be a match for Bai Wuxue. It looked like Bai Wuxue had indeed gained a lot in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. Niu Deng said with some disbelief, "Are those geniuses of the newly born ancient races really that strong?" Bai Wushue's expression turned grave. With some lingering fear in his heart, he said, "They are very strong, not much weaker than Diwok. 1 or 2 of them might even be on par with Diwok. If not for their small population, the Kunlun continent might not be dominated by 5 major races." Shiminbao took over the conversation and said, "No matter what, it looks like Brother Bai gained a lot in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. This time, when we receive the order to send reinforcements, Brother Bai will definitely take the lead and obtain the most military merits. Who knows, you might even be conferred a marquis at Bushin Palace." This was what Bai Wuxue was thinking in his heart. However, he still put on a humble expression. Feng Xingxing felt it was strange. He said, "I wonder what kind of people the Haotian sect will send over. I heard that their elites are all at the Starry Sky Silver Lake." Bai Wuxue nodded and said, "The Haotian sect is in the limelight at the Starry Sky Silver Lake this time. Aside from Xue Lingling, who is as strong as before, there are also 2 new talents. One is called Yu Chenxi, and the other is called Gong Yangyu. Their growth speed is extremely terrifying. In that case, it looks like they will not be able to send out any decent people this time. They will only be able to go through the motions and will not be able to obtain many military merits. I wonder who will be leading them this time. It will probably be one of the older generations of the sect." As the group chatted, a group of martial sages wearing Haotian sect identity medallions slowly descended to the plaza at the summit of the mountain. "The Haotian sect's people are here. Indeed, they are all inferior grade martial sages." When Bai Wuxue and the others felt the aura of this group of people, they all had an expression of anticipation. However, when they saw the familiar face of the person leading the group, they were all shocked. They had not expected this at all. "Shao Chen! Unexpectedly, it is him!" Shao Chen put away the Dragon's Gate's worship and descended to the summit with the juniors. He had not expected the leaders of the various sects to be familiar people. Smiling gently, Shao Chen stepped forward and sized up Bai Wuxue and the others. He said, "Everyone, it has been a long time since we last met." 3 of these people had deep grudges with Shao Chen. Niu Deng and Shiminbao once worked together, but could not defeat Shao Chen, ruthlessly trampling on them. Bai Wushue's situation went without saying. He was once one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. However, he had been defeated in front of all the outstanding talents of the world, causing his reputation to plummet. As for the 1,000 Mystery Sects Hua Dao, although he did not have any grudges with Shao Chen had smacked his fiancée's nose until it became crooked. Thus, Hua Dao had been suppressing his anger. The only one who did not have any grudges with Shao Chen was the Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing. However, ever since Shao Chen appeared, Feng Xingxing no longer dared to call himself the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. Shao Chen did not know what Feng Xingxing was thinking. Strictly speaking, He did not have any friendship with these 5 people. Inferior grade martial sage? When Bai Wuxiue, Niu Deng, and Shimin Bao felt Xiao Chen's aura, they exchanged strange glances. They could not help feeling excited. It looked like the news of Xiao Qin being trapped for 2 years might be true. Otherwise, how could Xiao Chen's cultivation not have improved at all? After all, in this age, if one did not improve for 1 year, one would be left far behind. Of the 3, Niu Deng had the lowest cultivation. However, he was already a medial grade martial sage. Bai Wuxiue was even more incredible, already a peak medial grade martial sage. His combat prowess far surpassed that of a regular superior grade martial sage. Brother Xiao Qin, it has really been a long time. The 3 transmitted their voices and discussed for a while. After that, they decided to send Shimin Bao out to test Xiao Qin. Shimin Bao strode forward with a warm expression. He stretched out his hand, and strands of law energy gathered in his hand. Then, he gently patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Those who did not know would think that the 2 were good friends who had not seen each other for many years. Xiao Chen's expression remained the same. He did not think much of it. He stretched out his hand and patted Shimin Bao's shoulder as well. It was a simple probing, but it was as intense as a mountain torrent. Both sides used their most powerful methods. Shimin Bao turned the 500-odd heavenly sage laws in his body into the image of a heavenly tiger. Then he used a secret technique to merge them together, forming the true heavenly tiger energy. Even an indestructible Iron Man would shatter with a gentle pat from Shimin Bao. However, Xiao Qin burned his 1,500 tons of vital qi. The pure energy surged through his body like a heaven dragon soaring. His vital qi immediately reached 2,500 tons of vital qi, half a dragon force. The 2 placed their hands on each other's shoulders at the same time. Xiao Chen's strong rank 3 sage body was as unmoving as a mountain standing tall. However, Shimin Bao fell to one knee with a plop. His complexion was pale and bloodless. It has been 2 years. Brother Shimin, there is no need to be so polite. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and raised his hand. Shimin Bao, who was doing his best to resist, felt his shoulder loosen. He could no longer control the force of his charge, and he flew back. Shimin Bao landed in a hurry. Just as he was about to say something, his left leg, which Xiao Chen had patted on his shoulder, went limp, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. When Niu Deng saw this scene, he could not help rejoicing. Earlier, he had wanted to take the lead, but Shimin Bao snatched it away. Fortunately, he had not fought over it. Otherwise, he would be the one embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Shimin Bao checked and found that there were no major problems. However, Xiao Chen's earlier attack had blocked the qi and blood in his knees. When he landed in a hurry, he lost his balance and naturally fell over. Just as Shimin Bao was about to get angry, Bai Wuxiue stopped him. Bai Wuxiue stepped forward. His handsome face appeared calm and at ease. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, after not seeing you for 2 years, you are still as elegant as before. Would you be willing to give me some pointers again?" Bai Wuxiue's eyes filled with boundless confidence as he looked at Xiao Qin, quietly waiting for Xiao Chen's answer. After the battle at the Starry Heaven Silver Lake, Bai Wuxiue's strength was no longer the same as before. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was now only an inferior grade martial sage. He could definitely suppress Xiao Qin. Bai Wuxiue still remembered the grievance from back then. If he did not take revenge now, when would he? Stop! A great enemy is before us, and you are still fighting among yourselves. What a scandal! If you want to fight for superiority, go and fight for military merits if you are capable. What is the point of being arrogant here? Huang Pufeng said furiously as he led a group of strong martial sages out of the palace in a grandiose manner. Huang Pufeng was only a superior grade martial sage. However, he held a high position in the Bushin Palace, conferred the title of Marquis. His status was even higher than theirs. Bai Wuxiue was not willing to offend Huang Pufeng. He snorted coldly and turned around. Xiao Chen was happy and relaxed, ignoring Bai Wuxiue. 2 years ago, he had already treated Bai Wuxiue like air. Now, why would he care about him? It was like an ant teasing an elephant. The ant was very pleased with himself, not knowing what he was doing. This was extremely laughable. Chapter 874. Huang Pufeng's expression turned grave as he called out names, splitting the reinforcements into 3 groups. Xiao, Chen, and Feng Xingxing were in one group. Bai Wuxiue and Ximen Bao were in another, and Hua Dao's and Yo Dang were in another. After that, Huang Pufeng handed out a military merit medallion to everyone. As long as they killed a corpse race cultivator, be it a demonic corpse or a corpse race cultivator, they would have their aura imprinted on the military merit medallion. When they returned, they would hand the medallions to someone to verify. That way, it would be easy to calculate everyone's military merits. Seeing the reinforcements holding the military merit medallions, Huang Pufeng said coldly, "I advise you not to let your guard down. The leaders of the corpse race are the underworld fire sovereign and the white bone sovereign's descendants, Wei Hua and Long Fei. Earlier, the 2 resource stars fell at the hands of these 2 people. Several superior grade martial sages died at their hands. Right now, this dragonwood star is left with only the final line of defense. If we lose it, the other party will be able to approach our island. At that time, the entire dragonwood star will change hands." When everyone heard Wei Hua's and Long Fei's names, they could not help but be stunned. Clearly, they had not expected their opponents to be these 2. Aside from the Corpse God Palace's palace master, there were 4 sovereign martial emperors. The descendants of the 4 sovereign martial emperors had made quite a name for themselves in this chaos. They were all peak geniuses, second only to Di Wuck, extremely strong. Everyone had expressions of disbelief as they asked, "What's going on? Why are these 2 not going to the starry heaven Silver Lake, but here?" This was especially so for the smug Bai Wuxiue. He was immediately defeated. Originally, he thought that after he left the starry heaven Silver Lake, he would stand out from the crowd unrivaled. Unexpectedly, he still ran into 2 troublesome people. However, after thinking about it, these 2 people did not even dare to go to the starry heaven Silver Lake. Perhaps they did not live up to their reputation. If I can defeat them, I will definitely be conferred a king with military merits. I will be able to obtain countless benefits from the Bushin Palace. Huang Pufeng did not care what these people thought. He continued, "The 6 of you quickly go to the island of the 3rd line of defense. The other party's morale is high. They might charge over in one go." Just as everyone was about to leave, Bai Wuxiue called out to Xiao Chen and said, "Do you dare to make a bet with me? Lord Huang Pu's words do make some sense. This time, I will bet with you again. Let's see who can obtain more military merits." Xiao Chen had long since disdained to play this kind of rooster-crowing game. But since the other party had spoken, Xiao Chen did not want to have stage fright. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. He smiled and said, "If you want to compete, that's fine. However, you have to add some stakes. I'm very interested in the inherited martial technique you obtained from the Snow Clan. If you lose, you have to hand it over. How about that?" "Very well. If you lose, you will willingly let me step on your face. From today onwards, wherever I, Bai Wuxiue, am around, you will disappear." Bai Wuxiue was very confident of his victory. He was no longer the Bai Wuxiue of 2 years ago. He needed to vent the frustration that he had been suppressing in his heart. No matter how Xiao Chen trampled on him, he had to ruthlessly trample on him. Otherwise, he would never be able to vent this frustration. Feng Xingxing and the others were somewhat startled. Bai Wuxiue's bet was too big. If Xiao Chen lost and got trampled on, he would not be able to continue living in the future. "It's a deal. I hope that you will keep your promise when the time comes. Xiao Qin did not show any fear. He waved his hand and led the Haotian sect disciples away. Senior brother Xiao Qin, how did you do it? You casually raised your hand and made Shimin Bao fall from a distance. That's right. That's right. How did you do it? Didn't you clearly let go already? Senior brother Xiao Qin. Senior brother Xiao Qin. On the way to the third line of defense, the Haotian sect's group of people walked on the surface of the sea, fighting to be the first to ask Xiao Qin questions. That move just now had shocked these juniors. They had clearly placed their hands on each other's shoulders at the same time. He had clearly put his hand on Shimin Bao's shoulder at the same time. However, the famous outstanding young talent of the Tianwu domain, Shimin Bao, had knelt down on one knee. After that, he had clearly let go, but he fell again. This made them laugh miserably. If Xiao Qin could learn this move, he would definitely be very cool. In the future, he would definitely be in the limelight. Among them, Jean Lin was the most active. After losing to Xiao Qin, especially the incredulous look at the end, Jean Lin was shocked and no longer underestimated Xiao Qin. Compared to those juniors who had not personally experienced Xiao Qin's strength, Jean Lin idolized Xiao Qin even more. In the past few days, Jean Lin would occasionally ask Xiao Qin for advice on his saber techniques. He gained a lot and firmed up his opinion of Xiao Qin. Now, when Jean Lin saw Xiao Qin reduce Shimin Bao, who had been preparing to embarrass him, into a sorry state, he urgently wanted to learn this move. Xiao Qin smiled somewhat helplessly. This was just a side skill, a skill not worth mentioning at all. Yet this group of juniors was terrifyingly enthusiastic. All right, senior brother Xiao Qin, that Bai Wuxue has been very different in the past 2 years. He has been undergoing experiential training in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake and has improved rapidly. He must be confident of winning the bet with you. Jean Lin could not help but say worriedly when he thought of Bai Wuxue's final bet with Xiao Qin. The Starry Heaven Silver Lake was a mysterious, secret realm in the Kunlun realm. It was a silver lake formed entirely of spiritual energy in the starry heavens. It was very vast, and the lake nurtured all sorts of rare divine materials and plants. It was a natural paradise. As for the details, Xiao Qin did not know much. He only heard that there were many mysterious items there. The Bushin Palace, the Corpse God Palace, the Spirit Palace, the Thousand Deity Church, and the Fiend Domain's royal court all sent their elites there. Some of the geniuses of the ancient races that appeared recently also rushed to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. Now, that place had already turned into the cruelest battlefield. Famous geniuses fell nearly every day. For Bai Wuxue to last 2 years in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake, his strength had definitely undergone a metamorphosis. However, Xiao Qin was very confident about the bet. Right now, even he did not know his true combat prowess. How strong was he now? Once he formally comprehended his saber Dao, how strong would he become? Xiao Qin had no way of knowing. Along the way, Xiao Qin could not endure the constant bombardment of the juniors. So, he told them how he had convinced Shimin Bao. The tall and burly Jean Lin learned the fastest. He practically understood it on the first try. After he tested it on one of his juniors, he was overjoyed. There were 2 other juniors who learned it quickly as well. Xiao Qin kept an eye on them, remembering them in his heart. Although it was an unorthodox Dao, those who could learn it so quickly were definitely talented. When the group was still a long way from the target island, Azure Monarch Island, Xiao Qin suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance and frowned slightly. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense was much stronger than the mental energy of the juniors. He could see the situation of the target island in advance. Unexpectedly, Huang Pufeng was right. The 3 islands that formed the third line of defense were indeed under attack. Senior brother, what's wrong? Jean Lin asked quickly when he saw something wrong with Xiao Qin's expression. Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense and said calmly, "Everyone get ready. The battle is about to begin." The 20 juniors were stunned at first. Then their blood surged. They did not feel nervous at all. In their eyes, this was a good opportunity to gain military merits and make a name for themselves. Shao Qin shook his head in his heart. However, he did not expose them. He instructed Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku, the three of you take the lead. These three were the juniors that Shao Qin thought highly of. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Xiao Xian's full name was Huxian Er. When they heard Xiao Qian's instructions, they excitedly led the group of people into the sky, quickly flying towards Azure Monarch Island. Xiao Qian walked unhurriedly on the water. His steps did not look big. However, when he raised his leg, the water seemed to close up. When Xiao Qin took a step, a long mark appeared on the water behind him, looking like it was carved by a saber. Xiao Qian's speed was no slower than that of the juniors in the sky. He purposely suppressed his speed, keeping himself 5 kilometers behind the juniors, no more and no less. After a while, Azure Monarch Island appeared in Xiao Qian's vision. The sounds of intense fighting came from the front. Waves surged and battle cries shook the sky. When the cultivators guarding the island saw the 20 inferior grade martial sages flying over, they all rejoiced. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and remained in the air, not making a move. Instead, he carefully observed the battle below. Demonic corpses refined from astral beasts crawled out of the water and clashed with the human cultivators. The weakest of the human cultivators, fighting on the sea, was a superior grade martial monarch. In terms of numbers, they far outnumbered the corpse race cultivators. There were no more than 100 true corpse race cultivators. However, the large number of demonic corpses they summoned gave the corpse race a numerical advantage. Xiao Qin stared at a corpse race old man wearing black robes inlaid with gold. This old man was short and skinny, and his beady eyes radiated a sinister energy. This old man controlled 3 underworld fire demonic corpses to hold back a superior grade martial sage of the human cultivators. Furthermore, this old man could find the time to kill human cultivators. When he attacked, death chi spread throughout his entire body. No one could last a single exchange with him. Unexpectedly, this old man was a superior grade martial sage of the corpse race. Furthermore, his cultivation was very high. Xiao Qin looked at the buildings on the island. Using his spiritual sense, he felt that there should be a strong force on the island that had not been used yet. Among them were the auras of 2 superior grade martial sages. Xiao Qin looked into the distance and muttered, "Are they guarding against something?" After the 20 inferior grade martial sages of the Haotian sect joined the fray, the morale of the corpse race cultivators immediately soared. This was especially so after Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku delayed the skinny old man. The situation became even better. Xiao Qin could not help but shake his head slightly. He said, "These 3 fellows are too arrogant. Instead of helping that human superior grade martial sage delay the underworld fire demonic corpses, they came here to deal with the other party's leader." A newborn calf does not fear a tiger was a perfect example of such a situation. If one did not suffer, one would not learn to be obedient. Indeed, not long later, Jin Lin, who was eager to gain merits, fell for a brilliant opening that the skinny old man purposely revealed. In a moment of carelessness, Jin Lin suffered a palm strike to his chest. The skinny old man did not have a merciful heart. He immediately vomited a mouthful of black blood and was severely injured, temporarily losing his combat prowess. The 3's combined attacks broke. The other 2 did not last long before they were injured one after another. The skinny old man displayed his rich combat experience. He used the smallest price to defeat these 3 juniors with extraordinary combat prowess. He laughed strangely and was about to kill them when someone suddenly jumped out and blocked him. Chapter 875. It turned out that this person had been distracted. The human superior grade martial sage, who had been delayed by the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses, finally managed to extricate himself. The sword descended from the sky, carrying surging law energy, as it chopped down at the old man's head. The skinny old man was startled and quickly retreated. When the sword light landed on the water, it kicked up huge waves. Some of the demonic corpses that were struck by the shock waves immediately shattered. After the sword light landed, the skinny old man looked at the situation of the battlefield. With the sudden addition of that group of juniors, the situation had reversed. The corpse race was now at a disadvantage. Retreat! The skinny old man did not care. He chuckled and waved his hand to recall the remaining corpse race cultivators. The demonic corpses scattered like the receding tide. Soon, the group of corpse race cultivators could no longer be seen. The human superior grade martial sage stopped the people who wanted to give chase. Then he walked over to the weakened Jean Lin and the other 2 and smiled. You must be the reinforcements of the Supreme Sky sect. You are really bold. That skinny old man from earlier was a famous expert of the corpse race, the Blackstone Old Revenant. Even us old fellows did not dare to fight him alone. Jean Lin's group of 3 felt somewhat ashamed. They suppressed their injuries and performed cupped fist salutes. Many thanks, Senior, for saving our lives. The sword-wielding old man was rather forthright. He smiled and said, There is no such thing as saving lives on the battlefield. If not for you, I would not have been able to escape the encirclement of the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses so quickly. That's right. Why do I not see your leader? The 3 were stunned and looked around. They could not help but find it strange. He was following us earlier. How come we can't see him now? The old man could not help but frown slightly. He turned around and looked in the direction that the Blackstone Old Revenants group had taken. The Blackstone Old Revenants group retreated. When he saw the new skull on the military merit medallion at his waist, his skinny old face filled with a smile. In this sneak attack, the Blackstone Old Revenant had killed more than 100 human cultivators. All of them were half-sages and above. Among them, there were even 5 inferior-grade martial sages with outstanding military merits. The only unfortunate thing was that the 3 juniors had managed to escape. The morale of the other corpse race cultivators was high as well. Most of the corpse race cultivators who died were demonic corpses. Not many of their own died. It could be said to be a great success. It is really easy to obtain military merits. It is good to follow the descendants of Wei Hua and Long Fei, 2 sovereign martial emperors. It won't be long before this dragon Wood Star will belong to our corpse race. At that time, there will be a lot of benefits. The group of people was in high spirits. None of them cared about the reinforcements that had just arrived. They chatted idly about what would happen after they conquered Dragon Wood Star. Suddenly, the Blackstone Old Revenant stopped. A white figure stood calmly in the sunlight, his hands clasped behind his back. It was unknown how long he had been waiting. The Blackstone Old Revenant said coldly, "Who is it? Are you tired of living? You even dare to block our path? The people who will kill you." The white silhouette flashed, and the sound of a peerless saber being unsheathed rang out on the surface of the sea. Columns of water shot up into the sky, and waves blossomed beautifully. Kill him. Despite being an inferior-grade martial sage, his tone was frighteningly arrogant. The Blackstone Old Revenant waved his hand. The 3 inferior-grade martial sages of the corpse race leaped out. With a casual wave, a few astral beast demonic corpses leaped out of the water and launched themselves at Shaoqin. The fish-shaped astral beast had been a rank 1 astral beast when it was alive. After the corpse race transformed it, it was as strong as an ordinary inferior-grade martial sage. The most important thing was that there were many of them. Furthermore, they did not feel pain. Regular cultivators would have trouble encountering them. The three inferior grade martial sages of the corpse race also smiled sinisterly. Normally, they relied on this astral beast demonic corpse. Normally, they relied on these astral beast demonic corpses. On this dragon wood star, martial sages of the same cultivation would not be a match for them. The image of Shao Qin being delayed by these astral beast demonic corpses already appeared in their minds. Then they would drag Shao Qin to death. If he had a good physique and was refined into a demonic corpse, his strength would improve further. Cassier, before the Blackstone Old Revenant could feel shocked, they saw Shao Qin flying over. He was like a saber wind. The normally invincible astral beast demonic corpses did not even last a moment before the saber wind tore them into pieces, completely crippled. Shock appeared in the Blackstone Old Revenant's eyes. He got up and rushed forward. At the same time he shouted, "Retreat! Quickly scatter!" However, there was no chance to leave now. Shao Chen's figure flickered, and he kicked. A resplendent saber light lit up, and the inferior grade martial sage on the right was instantly decapitated, dying without a complete corpse. The remaining two were given a fright and quickly retreated. However, they saw a white figure pass between the two of them. The saber wind behind Shao Qin split into two. With a PUCI sound, purple electricity flickered. The saber wind split the two corpse race cultivators in half, and blood spurted everywhere. When Shao Qin looked up, he happened to see the Blackstone Old Revenant rushing over to help. When he saw the shocked expression on the Old Revenant's face, Shao Qin smiled faintly. He clenched his right fist and punched. Blue Dragon goes to sea. An overwhelming pillar of water soared into the sky. Boundless saber chi flew everywhere as Shao Qin leaped out of the water. In the eyes of the Blackstone Old Revenant, Shao Qin was sometimes a dragon, sometimes a saber, and sometimes a delicate, white-robed cultivator. Shao Qin's sharpness changed hundreds of times, unfathomable. However, it remained the same, sharp, unblockable, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Death chi accumulated in the Blackstone Old Revenant's body. He moved his 10 fingers and threw 2 palms at Shao Chen's somewhat strange fist light. Ancient underworld river wave palm. In that instant, the winds and clouds changed. A huge spinning black ball appeared and turned into a flowing underworld river. Waves surged, forming thousands of layers as they surged towards Shao Qin. The ghost race and corpse race both cultivated the death Tao. Many of their cultivation techniques and martial techniques were comprehended by their seniors while they observed the underworld river. Clearly, this ancient underworld river wave palm was a superior palm technique. When Shao Qin sent out 2 palms, the underworld river surging towards Shao Qin carried surging death chi. Illusions that could not be dispelled surrounded Shao Qin in all directions. Vengeful spirits, white bones, graves, and malicious spirits formed a scene of purgatory, disrupting one's mind. Shao Chen's heart was like a boulder. The various illusions did not shake his mental state at all. His fist light was unparalleled. Flickering electricity, an indistinct blue dragon, the 40% comprehended will of thunder, and the vague form of his saber soul quickly changed. I walk an unconventional path, blazing a new path of my own, unprecedented in the past and unmatched in the future. I merge the strengths of many schools of thought and create my own saber Tao. Even if the true underworld river descends, it will pierce through you, not allowing any water to enter. Furthermore, you are just a materialized underworld river. Its sharpness is ever-changing. No one can block it. Break for me. Boom! The surrounding illusions suddenly vanished. This punch knocked the surging underworld river into the air and into the clouds. The Blackstone Old Revenant was greatly startled. He formed hand seals and tossed out 3 underworld fire demonic corpses. Then he retreated quickly. As he did so, he shouted, "Attack together!" Use demonic corpses to surround him. I want to refine him into a demonic corpse. Then he will be as strong as a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The close to 100 corpse race cultivators behind quickly formed hand seals. Light flickered on the surface of the sea, and various demonic corpses leaped out. Their auras were horrifying as they launched themselves at Xiao Qin. The death chi on Xiao Chen's body merged into one. The seawater under his feet turned pitch black like ink. The white clouds in the sky slowly faded away, encased by black clouds. This showed how horrifying this aura was. Good timing. Xiao Chen smiled gently and tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Immediately, for spots of golden light surged out. The 40% comprehended will of thunder turned into 4 small golden sabers. The vague form of his saber soul contained a boundless and unparalleled saber intent. Whistling sounds rang out, and the 4 small golden sabers danced around Xiao Qin, forming a screen of lightning made of countless saber chi. Carrying this screen of lightning, Xiao Qin charged over. The demonic corpses in front of him gently touched them and tore them into pieces. Then the electric light exploded and turned them into powder. The higher-ranked demonic corpses only lasted 1 more second. The screen of lightning immediately knocked back the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses, preventing them from interfering with Xiao Qin. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the group of demonic corpses on the surface of the sea was completely torn to shreds. The sky turned blue, and the seawater turned clear. The 100 corpse race cultivators had stunned expressions. They had never seen anyone sweep away their demonic corpses like they were trash before. The Blackstone old revenant rolled his eyes and shouted, "What are you staring blankly for? Just refine more demonic corpses after you run out. If we refine this brat, he will be equal to 1,000 monarch-grade demonic corpses." The group of corpse race cultivators hesitated. However, due to the Blackstone Old Revenant's orders and the fact that Xiao Qin was alone, they steeled themselves and charged over. Seeing this scene, the Blackstone Old Revenant quietly put away the 3 severely injured underworld fire demonic corpses. Then he turned around and fled. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. How could he allow the Blackstone Old Revenant to flee? How could he care about these 100 corpse race cultivators, whose strongest cultivation was only inferior grade martial sage? Military merits came from killing major characters. No matter how many the small shrimp you killed, it would be pointless. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations. Change! Change! Xiao Chen's figure split into 9. He turned into 9 strands of saber wind, disappearing in a flash. Everywhere he passed, the unlucky corpse race cultivators turned into clumps of scarlet light and turned into skulls that appeared on his military merit medallion. The 9 figures merged back together and they pushed off the air. Electric light burst out as they caught up to the fleeing Blackstone Old Revenant. "Stay here." Xiao Chen spread his fingers and grabbed at the Blackstone Old Revenant's head. Countless flickering electricity gathered in his palm. Every finger was as hard as a saber, flickering with a sharp edge. Like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiao Chen used his strong physical body strength to tear off one of the Blackstone Old Revenant's arms. The electric light surging in his palm blasted the Blackstone Old Revenant's arm into the air. Xiao Chen turned around slightly, using his body as a saber and his shoulder as the tip. Then he crashed into the Blackstone Old Revenant. The barrier that the Blackstone Old Revenant formed with death chi in a fluster shattered with a cassier sound. This move was extremely tyrannical. It contained 1,500 tons of force, 90% comprehended saber intent, and the immortal will of thunder. It was a treasure saber forged with one's body as the blade. A cold light flashed, and its might was unparalleled. The Blackstone Old Revenant crashed into the military merit medallion. Secret treasures, cultivation techniques, and defensive martial techniques were all useless. The Blackstone Old Revenant was badly mangled, no longer recognizable. In that instant, his aura vanished and he died. A bright purple skull immediately appeared on Xiao Chen's military merit medallion, and he easily collected the 10,000 military merits. Xiao Chen glanced at the Blackstone Old Revenant's military merit medallion and saw rows and rows of skulls. He wondered how many human cultivators had died at the hands of this crafty old revenant. Chapter 876. When the corpse race cultivators below saw the deformed Blackstone Old Revenant, they lost all will to fight and fled. This originally successful sneak attack was a complete failure. The destruction of the demonic corpses was a small matter. However, the death of a superior grade martial sage would enrage the two young masters. Xiao Chen ignored these small fries and took out the ancient underworld river wave palm from the Blackstone Old Revenant's spatial ring. Then he carefully studied it. Xiao Chen wanted to walk an unprecedented path. He wanted to use his body as a saber, infusing all the techniques of the 100 schools of thought into his body, using them as divine materials to refine this powerful treasure saber. Regardless of whether it was because of the will of cycles or his own great Tao, he had to research the death Tao sooner or later. After a while, Xiao Chen put away the ancient underworld river wave palm and closed his eyes to comprehend it. In the heavenly dew-divine spring, everyone else had absorbed more essence than Xiao Chen had. His comprehension ability had already reached a horrifying level. With just one look, he roughly understood the principles of the ancient underworld river wave palm. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, he had already gained a lot. He muttered, "Not bad, the ancient underworld river wave palm is passable. When I subdue the death throne and obtain death chi, I will be able to execute this corpse race heaven ranked martial technique." How preposterous! Who does he think he is? At such a crucial moment, he did not even show himself. What is this Xiao Chen trying to do? The Azure Monarch Island's island master, Xia Feng, appeared very angry, throwing a tantrum in the great hall. The two superior grade martial sages beside him also had unsightly expressions. Feng Xingxing, who was at the side, led the older generation martial sages of the Full Moon Pavilion in silence. They could not understand what Xiao Chen was trying to do. The Azure Monarch Island was attacked, yet Xiao Chen did not come to report after the matter was over. He was simply looking down on the island master here. When the Haotian sect disciples heard that Xiao Chen was being lectured, they felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. The tall and burly Jean Lin stepped forward and said, "Senior Xia, there's no need to be so angry. Senior brother Xiao Chen definitely did not disrespect the three of you on purpose." When Xiao Xian heard this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This senior brother Jinlin really didn't know how to speak. On the surface, he was comforting her, but he shouldn't have been so direct. Xia Feng and the other two older generation martial sages were clearly respected existences who cared a lot about their reputation. When they heard Jean Lin's words, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Lu Wu snorted coldly and said with a displeased expression, "Who do you think I am? This old man has accumulated 100,000 battle merits, and the Palace Lord of Bushin Palace personally conferred me the title of Green Emperor Marquis, the Island Lord of Green Emperor Island, and the person in charge of the 3 defense lines of Dragonwood Planet. Do you think that a mere disciple of the Haotian sect would respect me? In times of chaos, it is like enlisting in the army to fight a war. Since he came with reinforcements, he has to abide by the rules of Bushin Palace. He has to lead his troops to report. Even now, he has not even seen his shadow. What a scandal!" The yellow-robed old man on the right also said, "We need an explanation for today's matter. Otherwise, when the main force of the corpse race attacks in the future, If he does not listen to commands and disrupts the army's morale, there will be big trouble. When the blue-robed old man, Qin Wu, who once saved Jin Lin and the other two, heard that the two wanted to take this matter to the extreme, he quickly said, "Brother Lu, there's no need to be too angry. As for the details, we still have to wait for Xiao Chen to return first. There must be a reason for this." The yellow-robed old man immediately interrupted him rudely. "What reason could there be?" In my opinion, he clearly saw that there was nothing going on, so he went out to search for treasures. He did not care about the reinforcements from Bushin Palace at all. There are many treasures in this resource pool. When the hot-tempered Jinlin saw these two old fellows being unreasonable and taking advantage of the situation to make things difficult for Xiaoqin, how could he endure it? He immediately flared up, and a ruthless aura filled his burly body. Xiao Xian quickly stepped forward and said, "Seniors, our senior brother Xiao Chen would definitely not do such a preposterous thing. If I am not wrong, senior brother Xiao Chen should be chasing after the Blackstone Old Revenants group." When Xia Feng heard this, he could not help but smile coldly. "Little girl, you really do not know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Who is the Blackstone Old Revenant? Even we do not dare to say that we can defeat him, yet he, a junior, dares to chase after them? Furthermore, there were more than 100 people who left with him. You are overestimating this brat." The moment Xia Feng said this, he could no longer endure it. He shouted angrily, "You two old fellows, don't rely on your status to look down on others. Our senior brother, Xiao Chen, is not as unbearable as you make him out to be. Although senior brother Xiao Chen is young, now that the great chaos has started, age is no longer the norm. Just because you can't defeat an opponent does not mean that senior brother Xiao Chen cannot do it. That's right. No matter what, our senior brother Xiao Chen is an upright person. He would not run off to search for treasures at this time. You two old fellows, the moment you open your mouths, all you have to do is bully others. What is there to be proud of?" The group of junior generation disciples of the Haotian sect had long been dissatisfied with these two old fellows. The moment the battle ended, they did not even let them rest properly. Instead, they pulled them over and reprimanded them. With Jin Lin taking the lead, they all spoke up, directly opposing the two old fellows. "Good. A group of juniors came under orders to reinforce the army, yet you dare to disobey and speak rudely. As the Azure Monarch Marquis, I will detain you now and let you calm down." Xia Feng revealed a sinister smile on his face. His expression was indistinguishable. Unexpectedly, he wanted to detain this group of juniors. Heavy footsteps resounded. Xia Feng's direct descendants gathered in the Great Hall, a large group of elite martial sages, drew their weapons and surrounded the group. The matter suddenly blew up. Feng Xingxing felt that something was wrong. However, he was cautious and did not show it on his face, not saying a word. Clearly, the blue-robed old man had not expected the matter to escalate to this point. He quickly said, "Island Lord Xia, the Corpse Race Army is approaching. Dragonwood Star is in danger. This is a time when we need manpower. It is best to reduce the problem to a small one." However, the yellow-robed old man retorted, "Brother Qin, your words are wrong. With a great enemy before us, these people will naturally be a great help if we use them well. However, look at them. All of them are unruly and unruly. Just a few words, and they are already like this. If a great battle really comes, not only will they not be of any help, but they will even cause chaos and affect the morale of the army. If you want to deal with them, do it quickly. Just deduct 5,000 military merits and send them back." However, Xia Feng did not say anything more. He said coldly, "Capture them all. Do you really think that Bushin Palace is a place for you little fellows to fool around in?" Xiao Xian's expression changed. Even with her extraordinary intelligence, she did not know what to do. She had not expected the situation to develop like this. The Azure Monarch Island martial sages in the Great Hall were clearly the elites of the island. Furthermore, there were many of them. If they fought, the juniors of the Haotian sect would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, given the personalities of Jean Lin and the others, they were not people who would give in easily. What should I do? What should I do? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiao Xian's mind. No matter how hard she tried, she could not think of a countermeasure. Stop! Who dares to touch the people of my Haotian sect? Just as Jean Lin and the others were about to make a move against the elite martial sages of the Azure Monarch Island, a cold shout came from outside the Great Hall. The voice was not loud, but it was very intimidating, like a knife stabbing into the sea of consciousness. Everyone could not help but stop what they were doing and look towards the entrance of the Great Hall. Senior brother Xiao Chen. The juniors of the Haotian sect all showed joy on their faces as they all called out in unison. Xiao Chen stood outside the door and looked at Xiao Feng. He said in a cold voice, "How awe-inspiring! You even dare to casually detain the true inheritors of my Haotian sect." When Xiao Chen approached the Azure Monarch Island, he had already clearly seen the situation in the Great Hall with his spiritual sense. At that time, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He wanted to see what this Xiao Feng was up to, so he was not in a rush to enter. Who knew? These two people became more and more overbearing. When Xiao Chen arrived outside the Great Hall, the guard stopped him from entering. When he forced his way in, he saw the scene before him. When Xiao Feng saw Xiao Chen arrive, he did not panic. He smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Chen, you came at a good time. You came with the order to reinforce the army. Why did you not report with the disciples of your sect? Are you looking down on the Bushan Palace?" Xiao Chen's thoughts were as meticulous as a web. After many speculations, he already had a rough idea of what was going on. He retorted coldly, "Don't accuse me of anything. It is not that I am looking down on the Bushan Palace. It is just that I am looking down on you." Facing Xiao Chen's rudeness, not giving him any face, Xiao Feng could not help feeling stifled. He retorted angrily, "How bold!" This old man accumulated 100,000 military merits and was conferred the title of Azure Monarch Marquis by the Bushan Palace's palace master, commanding the 3 lines of defense of Dragonwood Star. You came with the order to reinforce the army, yet you dare to disobey it? The order to reinforce the army? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "The order to reinforce the army is to reinforce the army of the Bushan Palace. However, it is an order from my Haotian sect's first elder, Han Qinghe. It is also to protect the people of my Haotian sect. You are just an insignificant island master. Who do you think you are to order me around?" The yellow-robed old man at the side leaped up and shouted, "What a sharp-tongued, arrogant brat! Island master, I'll go and capture this brat and teach him a lesson on behalf of his sect master." The yellow-robed old man soared into the air and clenched his fist. Then the law energy in his body surged. As the yellow-robed old man's deep cultivation flickered, an intense wind blew. Several inferior-grade martial sages with unstable foundations were blown over by this wind. "You are seeking death." When Xiao Chen saw that this person really dared to make a move, his expression turned cold and his figure flashed. The sound of a treasured saber being unsheathed rang out. Xiao Chen's black hair fluttered without any wind, and his white robes fluttered. It was like he was the brightest saber in the world. His sharpness changed, unparalleled. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and the yellow-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he flew back like a sharp arrow. He felt like a knife was scraping his arm. The pain was unbearable. The yellow-robed old man's sea of consciousness churned endlessly, and his mind buzzed. A strong will intimidated him into temporarily losing his ability to think. By the time the yellow-robed old man recovered his wits, he was already lying on the ground. The clothes on his right arm were tattered and covered in blood. The moment this scene appeared, it shocked everyone present. Xiaofeng's heart sank. Although the yellow-robed old man's talent was limited, he was only an early-stage superior-grade martial sage. He had underestimated his opponent, but he was still a superior-grade martial sage. Unexpectedly, he could not even block one move from this brat. This was too frightening. Chapter 877. Whoosh! Just as he was lost in his thoughts, something flew in front of him. He caught it and looked at it. It was Xiao Chen's merit plate. There was a bright purple skull on it, dazzling everyone's eyes. Xiaofeng wondered if he was seeing things. You, the Blackstone old ghost, you actually really killed him. This is impossible. His face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Chen in complete disbelief. Xiao Chen enunciated every word as he said in a threatening tone. Bright purple skull, 10,000 military merits. You have to kill a superior-grade martial sage. Bushin Palace personally forged the military merit plate, authentic and genuine. How dare you, a mere island master, not believe it? You even dare to doubt the merit plate forged by Bushin Palace. This is simply disgraceful. Watch me capture you and teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Xiao Qin took a step forward, wanting to charge at the Azure Monarch Marquis, Xiaofeng. Qin Wu, one of the 3 overseers of the island, quickly stopped him and said, Xiao Qin, how about we end this matter here? It was not that you were absent for no reason. Not only did you fail, but you were also rewarded. I apologize to you on behalf of Island Lord Xia. When Xiaofeng heard that Xiao Qin didn't even want to let him go, he felt a trace of fear when he saw the other party's sharpness. Then he saw the genuine bright purple skull on the merit plate. He knew that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, so he couldn't help but hesitate. Now that he heard Qin Wu say this, he found a way out of this embarrassing situation. He immediately said, This is my fault. I can use my authority as the Island Lord to give each of your Haotian sect disciples 500 battle merits. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chun pulled his merit medallion over and said coldly, The disciples of the Haotian sect are all elites. They don't need you to give them their merit medallions. They will come out on their own. Since you've admitted your mistake, I won't pursue today's matter any further. Take care of yourself. Xiao Qin did not intend to continue to be unreasonable with the other party's humble attitude. Moreover, there was something fishy about this matter, and he needed to take his time to figure it out. That's right, we don't need a small island lord like you to give us military merits. He's just a small island lord, yet he thinks he's someone important. Does he think we're beggars with just 500 battle merits? The group of Haotian sect disciples did not care about Xiaofeng at all. With Xiao Chun here, they straightened their backs and spoke with confidence. The little island lord called out, Little island lord, causing the Azure Monarch Marquis, Xiaofeng, to feel extremely embarrassed. However, he did not dare to flare up. His appearance was extremely funny. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and waited for this group of juniors to have enough fun before leading them out of the lobby. Seeing this group of people swaggering around, the Full Moon Pavilion's martial sages, who were watching them make a fool of themselves earlier, revealed envious expressions. Feng Xingxing sighed. After not seeing Xiao Qin for 2 years, Xiao Chen's strength had not regressed at all. Instead, his growth was startling. He could rival the peak outstanding talents of the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. When he attacked, he had a different kind of demeanor, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, Feng Xingxing could feel that demeanor. Not only did Xiao Qin have the bearing of an elder, but he also had the confidence of a powerful expert. Furthermore, they had the confidence of a powerful expert, which boosted the morale of these Supreme Sky Sect juniors, making them hot-blooded. When Feng Xingxing saw the experienced elders behind him, he could not help smiling bitterly. The overall strength of his group should be about the same as that of the Haotian sect. However, if they wanted to compete for battle merits, they could not compare to Xiao Chen's group. The reason was Feng Xingxing. Feng Xingxing did not have the demeanor that Xiao Chen had. He did not have the unrivaled confidence that gave the people of the sect. Island Lord Xia, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave as well. Feng Xingxing performed a cupped fist salute to Xiao Feng and took his leave. Then he led the full moon pavilion's martial sages out of the lobby. After everyone left, only Xiao Feng and the yellow-robed old man remained in the lobby. When Xiao Feng saw the yellow-robed old man's bloody arm, which had yet to recover, he sighed. It looks like there is really a problem this time. Brother Xia, what are you afraid of? I sent you a voice projection earlier to take down this brat in one go. Why did you not listen to me and let him go for nothing? The yellow-robed old man demanded, feeling aggrieved. Xia Feng revealed a contemplative expression. He said, You are thinking too simply. This brat defeated you with one punch. It was not just because you underestimated him. What should we do? You might be able to swallow this, but I cannot. When Xia Feng heard this, his face sank. He smiled coldly and said, I do not intend to let him off so easily. Now, it is already very difficult to find any evidence to use against him. However, I have my own ways to deal with him. At that time, I will make him beg for mercy before me like a dog. The yellow-robed old man looked around and asked, Brother Xia, what do you mean? Silence. Xia Feng said cautiously. Then, with a sinister gaze, he said, Just wait. Let him jump around for a few days first. This old man will ruthlessly slap him to death. At the camp of the Haoqian sect on Azure Monarch Island, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and placed it on the foreheads of Jinlin, Xian Er, and Lu Ku. Then he used the lightning-attributed energy to refine the death qi in their bodies. This old fellow is really ruthless. If I delay the death qi in your bodies any longer, there will be trouble. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and scattered his energy. Then he spoke to the three, whose complexions looked much better. However, Jinlin laughed loudly and asked in a hurry, Senior Brother Xiao Chen, Did you really kill that Blackstone old revenant? Lu Ku and Xian hurriedly asked. The three of them were no match for the Blackstone old ghost, even after joining hands. They had personally experienced how powerful the other party was. Xiao Chen stood up and said, The Blackstone old revenant is not considered a very powerful superior grade martial sage. What is difficult to deal with are the three specially refined underworld fire demonic corpses in his hands. Otherwise, he would not be considered much among cultivators of the same rank. My physical body has already reached the peak of rank 3 sage body. Coupled with the saber Tao that I cultivate, I do not fear his underworld fire demonic corpse. That's why it was easy to kill him. When the three of them heard Xiao Chen say it casually, but they did not believe him, they secretly admired him. The scene of his fluttering long hair and fluttering white robes in the great hall had left a deep impression on the three of them. The instant Xiao Chen took a step forward, a boundless light seemed to shine from his body, like the brightest treasured saber in the world. The three of you don't need to belittle yourselves so much. If you cooperate well and don't be greedy, you'll definitely be able to win. With just the three of you, you can fight to a draw with the Blackstone old revenant without his demonic corpses. This time, I purposely did not make a move to teach you a lesson. Xiao Chen could tell that the three of them were somewhat anxious. If he did not teach them a lesson, it would be pointless. If he said it again, it would be more convincing. The three of them lowered their heads awkwardly. After Xiao Chen said this, they could not find any words to retort. Xiao Chen took out a sea map and gathered the three of them together. Then he pointed to several sea maps occupied by the corpse race and said, After this round of harassment by the corpse race, there will probably be peace for a while. You can use this time to obtain military merits. After boasting in front of Xia Feng, it would be laughable if I couldn't get any military merits. This great chaos isn't just a fortuitous encounter for geniuses. Although our names aren't well known for now, there's no guarantee that we won't be famous one day. When the three heard Xiao Chen talk about proper matters, their expressions turned serious. Jin Lin felt his blood boil. He said that Xiaofeng keeps calling himself the Azure Monarch Marquis. 100,000 military merits. This time, I have to obtain 100,000 marquis as well. However, Lu Ku and Xian are laughed softly. What a braggart! Xiao Qin smiled as well. Of the three, the one he thought the most highly of was Jin Lin. Jin Lin's talent and sharpness were excellent. However, he was not mature enough. With some polishing, he would definitely have some accomplishments. The three of you will lead the team. Every afternoon, when the death chi is at its weakest, you can go to these islands to harass them. However, remember to stop when you're ahead. When I returned, I checked out the situation of the surrounding sea region. As long as you do as I say, there should not be any problems. After saying that, Xiao Chun pointed to the other islands and said, "Don't go to these islands. They have superior, grade, martial sages guarding them. I'll let you know when you can go." After that, Xiao Chen gave pointers based on the three's earlier battles, pointing out their shortcomings. After a long time, the three left happily. Only Xiao Chen remained in the room. He opened his hand, and a cauldron appeared in his universe ring. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on the cauldron, looking very lifelike. A fierce purple flame burned in the cauldron, and there was a jade-white egg in the middle of the flame. The cauldron was the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. The flame was the much stronger purple thunder true fire. Naturally, the egg was the golden crow egg. Xiao Chun needed to extract a trace of the solar true fire's origin flame to hatch this golden crow egg. As of now, Xiao Chun did not have the ability to do so. However, the purple thunder true fire was also an extreme yang flame. If he used its origin flame to hatch the egg, there should be some effect. Xiao Chun looked carefully. After 1.5 years of nourishment by the purple thunder true fire, there were indeed some cracks in the jade-white eggshell. However, they were as thin as hair and were barely noticeable. Xiao Chun did not know how long it would take before he could truly hatch this golden crow egg. However, there was at least some hope, giving him some hope. After putting away the Dragon Phoenix cauldron, Xiao Chen paced around the room. Then he thought about the conflict between him and Xiaofeng in the Great Hall that day. After he was done, he was even more certain of his guess. Everything in the world revolved around the word benefit. It was either benefit oneself or benefit others. How could there be hatred for no reason? The third line of defense of Bushin Palace on Dragon Wood Star was mainly made up of 3 islands: Azure Monarch Island, White Monarch Island, and Black Monarch Island. At this moment, Bai Wuxue and Shimin Bao were drinking wine and chatting on Black Monarch Island. Shimin Bao took a sip of wine and smiled. "Brother Bai, you really showed off your might this time. Snow covering the mountains and rivers. Those corpse race demonic corpses were all frozen into ice. The people on the island were all stunned." Bai Wuxue felt very cocky in his heart. However, he smiled modestly and said, "They are just monarch-grade demonic corpses. They are nothing before true experts. Since the descendants of the White-Boned Sovereign and the Underworld Fire Sovereign are here, they must have brought sage-grade demonic corpses as well." Shimin Bao knew what to say at this moment. He offered a toast and said, "Brother Bai is too humble. I killed 10-odd medial-grade martial sages and gained 3,000 military merits in one go. Who can compare to me? I will definitely be conferred king this time." Black Monarch Island was the same as Azure Monarch Island. They were attacked as well. Bai Wuxue was indeed terrifyingly strong. After obtaining the Snow Race's inheritance and comprehending it thoroughly, he managed to kill several demonic corpses and superior-grade martial sages. Bai Wuxue took a sip of wine and did not reply. 100,000 marquises, 1,000,000 kings. The sons of the 3 holy masters had not been conferred king in Bushan Palace yet. Bai Wuxiue was still somewhat self-aware. However, he was still confident of suppressing the crowd and obtaining 100,000 military merits. Chapter 878. As the two chatted, a spirit bird flew in. Shimin Bao asked out of curiosity, "Who sent the letter?" Bai Wuxiue took out a piece of paper from the bird's leg and said, "I asked an elder of the Full Moon Pavilion to keep an eye on Xiaoqin and see how many military merits he has." Shimin Bao was unhappy with Xiaoqin. He laughed loudly and said, "There's no need to look. That brat cannot compare to Brother Bai. No matter how powerful an inferior grade martial sage is, he is only SOSO. This time, Brother Bai will definitely trample on him." Bai Wuxiue, who opened the piece of paper, was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. He read it a few times before confirming that he had not seen wrong. Bright purple skull. Killed the Black Stone Old Revenant. Obtained 10,000 military merits. Killed too many demonic corpses. Too many to count. When Shimin Bao heard Bai Wuxiue read out the contents of the piece of paper, the wine cup he was holding to his lips fell to the ground and shattered. Shimin Bao could not close his mouth for a long time. The army of the corpse race had already occupied the second line of defense. One of the islands produced black patterned stones, which could be used to refine the rare black patterned gold. The corpse race army did not refine much each time. However, after 8 to 10 years, the quantity would be considerable. It would be more than enough to refine a subdivine weapon. This island was called Black Patterned Island. It was also the main island of the second line of defense. The White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, and the Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, were currently discussing matters in a great hall on the island. Their expressions were extremely relaxed. There were 2 other people beside the 2. One of them was Wang Can. Although his great-grandfather was a corpse race martial emperor, he was not a sovereign martial emperor. His status in the corpse race was far below that of Long Fei and Wei Hua. The other person's identity was very interesting. It was hard to imagine that he would appear together with Wei Hua again. This person was the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei Do. The grudge between the Iron Hand Sovereign and the Underworld Fire Sovereign had caused a huge commotion back then. Even the descendants of the younger generation had many different versions of the story. The White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, was very fair and clean. He dressed like a scholarly young master and held a folding fan in his hand. This was a great contrast to the corpse race people. Because of their special physical body cultivation methods, most of the corpse race's members had dark skin. Coupled with the fact that they cultivated the Tao of Death, they appeared even gloomier. Very few of them had the appearance of a pale scholar like Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the silent Kuei Do. Then he fanned himself and smiled gently. "Brother Kuei Do, you should not regret not continuing to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake, right?" Kuei Do was a good friend of Long Fei. The 2 of them could be said to be bosom buddies. Half a month ago, Kuei Do had temporarily left the Starry Sky Silver Lake due to his injuries. When he heard that a storm was about to descend upon the Starry Sky Silver Lake, he had coincidentally received Long Fei's invitation. Thus, he had come to Dragonwood Star dubiously. In the letter, the other party had written a lot about the benefits of occupying a resource star. The benefits were much better than the benefits obtained in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. At first, he did not believe it. Resource stars were rare, and every race would send a large number of troops to guard them. How could 2 resource stars be taken down so easily? When Xiaoqin arrived at Dragonwood Star and saw Long Fei and Wei Hua easily occupy most of the sea region, he completely believed Xiaoqin. In the past 2 years, Kuei Do's physical body had become even more powerful. He even showed signs of breaking through to rank 4 sage body. A casual strike of Kuei Do's could reach 1,500 tons of force. When he used his physical body martial techniques, he could achieve 2,500 tons of force. According to legend, the heaven dragon that existed during the Immortal epic could achieve 5,000 tons of force in one strike. That was one dragon force. 2,500 tons of force was half a dragon force. By relying on his strong physical body and half a dragon force, although Kuei-do was not as glorious as people like Diwuk in the starry heaven Silver Lake, he still flourished. If he hadn't been injured by a genius of the Azure race who had just appeared, he wouldn't have had to temporarily retreat. When Kuei-do heard Long Fei's question, he smiled gently and replied, "There are all sorts of benefits in the starry heaven Silver Lake. There are 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, spirit beasts with the bloodlines of living creatures, and all sorts of precious divine materials. However, most of them were obtained by Diwuk's group. The main thing in the starry heaven Silver Lake is combat comprehension. If it were just me, the benefits I obtained in this dragonwood star are far greater than in the starry heaven Silver Lake. The only thing I lack is demonic geniuses. Fighting with me is somewhat boring." Wang Can walked over and said, "Brother Kuei-do, there is no need to worry too much. This time, the Bushin Palace has already sent strong reinforcements. I heard that the descendant of the Qing Emperor, Shao Qin, who disappeared for 2 years, is among them." Bai Wuxue and the others had not known that the Haotian sect would send Shao Qin to lead the team. Unexpectedly, Wang Can knew. This was very strange. Kuei-do felt that there was a reason for this. However, this was to be expected. If there was no special reason, how could Long Fei and Wei Hua let the prepared dragon with star suffer a crushing defeat after taking down 2 resource stars? Kuei-do did not care about this. What he cared about was Shao Qin. He came at the right time. After not seeing him for 2 years, I hope he will not disappoint me, Kuei-do said with a sullen expression. 2 years ago, Shao Qin's punch in the Sage Mark Monument had beaten him up like a dog. Kuei-do would never forget that. Wei Hua walked over with a cold expression and said, "Don't worry. It would have been fine if he had hidden forever. Now that he has shown himself again, I will let him know that there are some people that he cannot cheat." Although Kuei-do did not fight with Shao Qin 2 years ago, he had cheated him miserably. Although he did not lose much, the news spread everywhere. He had completely lost face. Kuei-do was the descendant of a bona fide sovereign martial emperor. In this age of geniuses, he would definitely rise up. How could he leave such a stain on his reputation? The white-faced Long Fei fanned himself with a folding fan. Curiosity stirred in his heart. He said, "You are all outstanding talents, heroes among people. To think that you all fell at this brat's hands. I really want to see how incredible this person is. Young masters, the teams that went to scout have all retreated. The detailed battle reports have already been prepared." A corpse race cultivator outside the hall quickly walked in and handed over a stack of battle reports before kneeling on the ground. Wei Hua's face lit up in joy. His figure flashed as he stepped forward and picked up the battle reports. He smiled and said, "Good. Let me see how strong the reinforcements are." Wei Hua took out the first battle report and revealed a disdainful expression. He smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the 1,000 Mystery Sects Hua Dao and the Battle Realms Niudeng. As I expected, they are somewhat strong. However, they are only so-so." Wei Hua took out the second battle report, and his disdainful expression vanished. He frowned slightly and said, "This by Wuxue is rather problematic. Despite obtaining the Snow Race's inheritance, he actually destroyed a group of monarch-grade demonic corpses and killed 10-odd medial-grade martial sages. He nearly dragged out the leader, Elder Sun." When Kuei-do heard this, he said, "I fought with this by Wuxue in the starry heaven Silver Lake. He is indeed a powerful person." However, Long Fei did not care. He said, "They are just monarch-grade demonic corpses. No matter how many are destroyed, there is no need to feel too much heartache over the losses of medial-grade martial sages. Since Elder Sun managed to return, it is already worth it to test him out." Wei Hua felt the same way as well. Although Bai Wuxiue was a powerful person, he did not feel any fear. He picked up the third battle report with a somewhat gloomy expression. This report recorded the process of the Blackstone Old Revenant's team probing Azure, Monarch Island. After Wei Hua unfolded it, his expression changed drastically with just one look. He exclaimed, "What? The Blackstone Old Revenant actually died?" A team of 100 could not even delay him for a moment. Wang Ken, Long Fei, and Kuedo were all startled. They quickly read through the battle reports, their eyes filled with disbelief. How bold of him! He dares to block a team of 100 people from my corpse race alone. Long Fei said in rage as he waved the folding fan in his hand. Wang Ken said somewhat worriedly, "This fellow is clearly here to kill Elder Blackstone. He probably let those inferior grade martial sages go on purpose. He does not care about them at all." Kuei-do smiled coldly and said, "Good. If he had turned into a worm, it would not be interesting for me to trample on him." Whoosh! A metal sword pierced through the wall and flashed, flying towards Wei Hua. Wei Hua stretched out his hand and caught it. Then he slowly revealed a smile on his face. He said, "What a great fellow, Shao Qin. This is a great help to me. In less than 2 months, Dragonwood Star will definitely change hands." Wang Ken quickly asked, "Brother Wei, why are you so happy? What news did that person send?" Long Fei casually shook his hand and shattered the metal sword into pieces. He said calmly, "This time, Shao Chen will definitely die. Someone has already thought of a countermeasure for us. Come, let's go and make some preparations first. Then we will wait for the good news and make our move at any time." Back on Black Monarch Island, Xiao Feng, the yellow-robed old man, and Qin Wu, the 3 upper echelon members of the island, went to Shao Chen's residence together. For the past few days, Shao Chen had remained in seclusion, continuously comprehending and perfecting his Tao. He did not spend all his time on his cultivation. Right now, his saber Tao was the most important. It had already reached a critical juncture. Every day, a large number of ideas appeared and were quickly rejected. At the same time, he was waiting for some people to make a move. Today it had finally arrived. Little friend Shao Qin, brother Xia, and brother Shao have already reflected on what happened in the Great Hall. This old man will help me set up a connection and get the 2 of them to apologize to you again. Consider it as no discord, no concord. After Qin Wu entered, he lowered his status and spoke sincerely to Shao Qin. Xia Feng and the yellow-robed old man also had smiles on their faces as they said some seemingly sincere words. Shao Chen smiled coldly in his heart, but his expression did not change. He looked at Xia Feng and said, "Island Master Xia, you probably did not come here just to apologize, right?" Xia Feng did not show any anger on his old face. Instead, he said somewhat apologetically, "Little friend Shao Qin, you misunderstand. This time, I am indeed here to apologize to little friend. At the same time, I also brought a token from Senior Huangpu. I hope that little friend Shao Qin can officially go out and harass the Corpse Race army. If I continue to pretend, I will expose my whereabouts to the upper echelon of the Corpse Race as soon as I go out. Boundless danger awaits me." Shao Chen received the token and casually placed it on the table. He said coldly, "If I am not wrong, Island Master Xia spent a lot of effort to obtain this token from Senior Huangpu, right?" Xia Feng, who was exposed, was clearly stunned. Although he quickly covered it up, it could not escape Shao Chen's eyes. Shao Qin could not be bothered to say more. He closed his eyes and ignored Xia Feng. "Humph! How bold of you, Shao Qin! Now, you even dare to disobey Lord Huangpu Feng's orders. Just you wait. I will definitely report this matter. The Bushin Palace will not let you off so easily.